Thursday, the 1st of February 2024, 13 minutes gone past 1600 hours. We live once again on our Quentu4 Radio, Abrabapa Radio, as well as our Quentu4 Radio GH. On Facebook, our Quentu4 Radio Stroke TV, YouTube, our Quentu4 Radio, with another edition of Bamaso. This is where discerning Ghanaians with discerning thoughts, we come with a very simple objective, and that is to figure out what we need to do wherever we find ourselves so that we can be co-creators of that Ghana that we so much wish to have. Here, we have come to that very simple understanding that we are the very Ghana that we talk about every now and then. This is on the grounds of a natural principle, and that is to say, we are inseparably linked with the Ghana that we talk about. So we are the very Ghana we are so much worried about. And when we work on ourselves from all angles to become better versions of ourselves, then Ghana is on course to become a very beautiful, better place for all of us to live in. So it's all about our personal development. And when we become very strong, that is the only time we will be able to help others also to become strong. Well, if you are on an airplane and they say anything happens, make sure you wear your mask first of all before you help any other individual to also wear theirs. You can never pour out of an empty cup. So when you are healed or when you are healing, it is then that you will be able to get that experience with which you'll be able to support others to also heal. So when we are here, more to do with yourself. And to help you do that, I will urge you to come with your primary identity. Well, around here we use a lot of terms. One of them are primary and secondary identities. What do we call our primary identity? In the context of what we are doing here, our primary identity is the fact that we are all Ghanaians. That is what we all share in common. Yes, that is the common grounds. The biggest of all the common grounds that we have in the context of what we are doing here. And that is what we use as our reference point. And the very moment we use that as our reference point, greater things emerges of us. Wisdom, intelligence, creativity, the biggest, the size of our reference point emerge of us. So if you want greater wisdom to emerge of you, begin to use your primary identity as your reference point. If you want greater intelligence to emerge of you, begin to use your primary identity as your reference point, no matter what. No matter what. Yes, you may be a member of a certain religious body. You may be a member of a political party. You may be a member of a movement. Whatever. As long as it is not your primary identity. The very moment you are using that secondary identity as your reference point, when you are talking about matters of Ghana, you realize that the wisdom, the size of that reference group or secondary identity is what emerges. So, which way would you go? Would you want to stay with your secondary identity or allow yourself for greater things, the size of the primary identity to emerge of you? To this effect, I would humbly welcome you once again to Bamaso. And just from Kokasia, the Mudo, the Mu Pipa and Common. Baby, as some pempensui, will be our video that A24 radio, Abrabapa radio, and A24 radio GH. Say over Facebook on so dia any energy say A24 radio stroke TV and YouTube A24 radio. Ni nyina ne say yaba Obama so beto ato adwene ahwe kwan ye betumi afa na ye my Ghana etumi afa ne ntoma pa efra nti si ebepiem wa ha de nim enyina ne se Ghana fo ye de Ghana na ye poma sibre me akasa a kire ya adwen ahwe kwan ye betumi afa na o my Ghana na ye pese etenemu no etumi adadi ewo yemu eno ntini aba ha sei aha yinim se Ghana na ye ka ho asem no eno ane ye ya o eno ane ye ya sanse enyo obi ene be free baby abaye o my Ghana yi amayen ye ya ene wose ye o my Ghana yi nti said ye onyumtu ni Michael Jackson of blessed memory e kan ye no se o ke kan o my Ghana problems na o ke kan o my Ghana how o my Ghana money hunu or say go and look at the man in the mirror. Go and look at him. Go and look at her. So ko hia hwenim na who the man in the mirror no abusa no. How did we get here and in what ways can we get ourselves out of what we are experiencing? Enti yeba ya na yebe ye hu aduru. Na yebe very interesting. Umu yare wonso wo koso obi yare asemu yare a wo yare no no anso no obi yare o enzo wo peso osa no yare ahoden be na wa de kosa sa yare no right enti said ye wonim no so wo cap ye empty a wontimi hwie bibia mfiri mu da bi ma cap no bibi nkom nansa na wotima hwie bi ama wonua sa ho yare wate na ogusu a wo sa ho yare no you see asemu ogusu a wo sa ho yare no you become a magnetic force you attract people to also get healed sana de ni sitie sa ho yare na afi no we hunu se wonu yanom so a eti wo no wonu yanom a eben wo no na wo mo ka se mse minuan nansen de bibia asesa wonimu de na baaye ne kasa asesa said you will see dwene nsamo a woka asesa de na baaye they begin to question all attract to mobile no right you are making them see the beauty of the change that is come in you now they person oba yo ho aduro fiti ya na person ko yo bi ho aduro ebe din pa enti meka wo biun brano no si ebeka yempanimfo no ho asem o se adwen o mo yo nu ado mboa we talk about the people who are not doing things as they should be doing. It's good, yes. However, the best of all ways to cause others to change is to begin to change. That will cause others to change. And don't forget to say, in as much as you are calling forth changes in others, you are also to evolve. As much as you are calling others to evolve, you are also to evolve. That's the bottom line. And another Thursday, the 1st of February 2024. 21 day me quite triple. Na yenim say a year reflective Thursday no. We are here. I've been reflecting on so many things. And also, we are here to reflect on several things. Sautiani said the doctor Zazadentu Roehampton Ananatana Ewo and Ana Asaraberiako Dr. Ebenezer Amofab Wating of blessed memory Nananketia one champon and Yanamwa Kenyan Nara Etiania and nature say Papa Smiley Mijina akwantufoɔ de anamu ana mede nkyia de mu do de mu api ema ene day so na ene the beginning of a new month yen here with Reflective Thursday. Speaking of anuanom a betu nkyia ma omo no amenkyia ma be de chire Prince the Bombardier nso abete ho obafia ono nso abete ho akwesi Yesu nso abo joint ana Isaac nso abebo joint wona bebe chire nyina no ai ya chia mu nyina kama mumra ye nyina yen complement each other with what we know. Let's support each other with our strengths and in our weaknesses. Let us understand that we are all working on ourselves to become better versions of ourselves. Nti yenya butre ama ye ho kakra obi wo ho no mo it takes a very long time for them to appreciate the need for change. Nti let us all develop the skill with which we'll be able to accommodate ourselves on our quest to help each other to become better versions of themselves. Now, a year Reflective Thursday, no, and this afternoon, I sat down thinking, and several things that came to mind. I wanted us to just throw a little bit more light on them this very afternoon. You see, a fundamental if we understand say we are inseparably linked with one another. Now, whatever the case may be, no, say bibi atochema what we are seeking to have, and they say there will be changes that will bring progress. In other words, if there are certain things that are not going on well with any part of the whole, when I say any part of the whole, it includes the president, it includes the MPs, it includes the delegates, it includes every single Ghanaian. And if a part of the whole is not in its rightful place, na yepese the bottom line and I say ideal, you know, dear I was say say sa part of the whole and no ebe to me afa nentumapa efra. And she said, O president, and who say wo ye bibia emfa ne kwemu a the fundamental should be a so and our far. Your president will know what is appropriate, what is progressive for our dear nation. Say OMP and who say onye name me ya. A dear na obeye ama OMP no etumi aye eneme bi eye. O district chief executive, OMC, assemblyman, doctor bi a wonim no, nurse bi a wonim no, mechanic bi a wonim no, they are all part of the whole. And the idea and I say in what ways and now be to me abwa amasa oni chrono to me adane ne ho ana ne ho abaye ne den. Esan say odi adwen kese ne eye adwuma when a part of the whole is sick, the whole body is sick. And when a part of Ghana is sick, the whole of Ghana is sick, including you. And figure out ways with which you would be able to support to make that part of the whole that is sick get the healing they need, so that the whole body will become strong. Right? Unless there are other reasons, and I said there are other objectives you may have as to how you address issues. Nemum, if you are working with the natural principle, say we are inseparably linked with one another. Now, when a part of the whole is sicker, the whole body is sick. Edia, and yet, odi adwen kese be adwuma na the bottom line of your conversations, the bottom line of all that you do ebe say hwehwe healing. The key word be healing for that part that you have identified. Say something is wrong with it, right? Now, in the course of we looking out for healing, no, I was asking myself, a dear any dear ana I was say yo na yetumi enya healing na yehwehwe no. A dear any dear and I was say yo. Wo hu obi a oye criminal obokro no, right? Wo de omokro no. Wo hu obi a nurse bi a wokọ hospital a na ho keka e wo form wako akohu politician bi corruption no dware ni same ma wako hu eye mechanic bi a last nkwa no wobo wako akohu ana wahia Uber driver bi o kaka no American nkwa no otu de kana bo ba mnem otika nim nyina oyam hihyew as to said ye abrante no eju car no, just to name a few. The list does pa dean ana obetumi aye ana se kwan ben ana obefa so to be able to support that individual to get the needed healing ohia. Na medwen ho no, several thoughts came to mind. Unless the bottom line is just to simply punish, to disgrace, to tarnish, and perhaps to label, right? If these are the objectives there, and yet we can operate from the surface of the pink sheet. Say watumra, we deal with you, right? Say we am from Swa, we deal with you. Sa pepe, yeah, dealing with you. Right? If that is what we are thinking of there, any simple. Say will be a corrupter and then you deal with it on the surface of the pink sheet. However, say upe healing for that individual there, and several things must come into play. Now several other things that came to mind. Say on the surface of the pink sheet, right? Not to go so much detail. Say opposing epese ochi criminal. They begin to think like a criminal, right? Say opese ochi eye obi a odi nsemone a wo hwa ase adwene se sa woni ukro na odi nsemone no. Nti with the power of imagination, no odwene, okay, say me am robber ekwan be so ana mefa abom kro no, right? In an event to say aposifo edini eme bi asisi akwan mu, the society has put certain things in place, no ekwan be so ana mefa edi abom kro no. And with the power of imagination, as Albert Einstein taking you everywhere, no, you begin to plot all possibilities. Say oye criminal where the bay obefaso edi ujuma. Now guswa come with all these possibilities, no. Now one knows who say okay, and yet nisa and yet ya yensu aposifo yensu ebe fase na wo mo fasa yensu etime chi wo. And you begin to think, to reason as a criminal in order to catch a criminal. And here just the surface. And here surface nikeke. Now, if you want to go deeper, right? If you want to go deeper, likewise, if you would want to heal a criminal, you need to first of all begin to think like a criminal and then devise ways with which you will be able to heal that criminal. Right? Yes, you need to do that. And someone may say, you have to empathize. Empathize with that individual so that you will be able to just, have something in mind and say, this is the reason why this person is doing that. The reason why this person is doing that, or doing that. Akwa say, whoa, maybe I would you are very good. Oh, koye with driving test no. First time, and maybe I will pass it. And who be a why several times, maybe 4 times, 5 times. On pass it. Why ha. Osu, okoye last one by osu den. A quite best. And I will bet me abwa sawuni chrono to come out strong. Come out knowing very well say that is not the end of the situation. And yes, say open say who provided solutions to a particular situation. You must first of all understand, and to understand you have to stand under the situation so that you know what it is. Now, me can say, I'm an example back. And sana the ewura politics name, right? You see, sometimes ubehu yenuanum bia mo dey fan United Kingdom. I don't know about so much about America, so they mood any city. Yenua bi unua bia what to coin free Ghana aba abrochiri on the grounds to say obesne akọ school. Na obaye no any scholarship and or the buy. Okay, so start empathizing, right? Start putting yourself in such a scenario. It will help you so that you'll be able to devise a solution. And they say Afibia say fees near best 9,000 United Kingdom. That is so by Unidia. A branch no Abomodia year connection bia nya statement no kura onim ba bi free buy and so nya e dey atuna application so ana Abomodia no aba bedru ekrom ha sei bia waton ne ho ne nyina ana otimi raise deposit for school na okoye no ana the school na wo besene akono nti the school enim say otua deposit nti o mama no aye covering letter eno wadi hu dwuma de aka bia wa ya fa ho tuatua aye application fee ewo embassy ana otimi agene visa trying to plan ticket and also kura okobo obosia trying to plan ticket ana ode afo aeroplane no waba aba bedru United Kingdom na oba bedru United Kingdom no nya no nko ahụ say before you be able to enroll in the school no we say office no balance na aka no o say otimitua na school bi ho no a o mema America kakra na ode etua sa school fees no nti waba no the first thing your preoccupation and they say opa adwuma obeyo said the beya obetimi sika in order to pay sa school fees na o say utua na wako school no nti emra ne kire say so kura school every sadia school ni every sadia ene don hwere duonu pe ana otumi eyo nti bia wa hyase eye don hwere aduonu no ana wo ye ne kakran kakra mi ho ano bia wa ko school no akọ honom ma mo mahunu se waba unyanya sika no de but wakọ honom ana ono makoyi bia payment plan bi say okay emra no see na obetua baby a oba ya obesuye ye no over a period of time na was so free honom na oko rente wa ankasa wo dan nti eno so ebe ya ho ade so ade so akakra nti ube hunu say 20 hours no nyade a ebe so nti obehya se busebusa se obi wo honom a wo family ayakrata bi enye wudin na obi bu betimi e de aye adwuma kakra e de asupport ho a ebi a wakwa akonya bi wakwa akonya bi na unya bi no abruchirasem enya odia nti oso ho enya no nko ani asem hia oni kro na wode ade kra ma no bi obeje tight e wo ho in yanum continent for no crowd your friend abusa obejo tight e wo ho anaso obejo kakra e wo ho nti in as much as you are being very careful at work no na wo say usumi bia no ebikra na usikupe no ebeko woni kro no hodom na watene de na odo de enso amawo se utri anyi yi a na ekofa ba bia ahweni ya de bia na wares nti busumi wei emra na onsa beka osika no bikra na onsa nka ni nyina na bia wo be 2 months arrest bia nipa no mfanya de be emfa emma na uye wei nyina in the name say obetime nya sika kakra na de akwa akotua o school fees wonya sika kakra na de akotu school fees na se na isanse school no wo no daytime nti no wo say ohwehwe adwuma obeye na anajo ohwe adwuma obeye no anajo nti obekọ adwuma anajo na eda obekọ school no ofura adwuma bi wo hono straight away na wo to aso akọ school o te classroom a samre no ana nature will start calling you say uhia enna nti o teacher ni e kira de no o concentration any hono obedru fia wabre obesa bia obesa to aso akọ adwuma nti oba ya odu books na gu ba bi akwa straight away akọ shempem na wada mreso se obekọ adwuma asa sorry now woko. Now we have not asked ourselves mrebe ana obinya ede esua de so that the very reason which is for you to achieve some academic heights no ebeye achieved. We haven't asked ourselves that question. Enti se ushia onua bi sa na bia Ghana oninim se onin na wo class onimade pa na emu oba akwantu mu no unhu so opese obuana. How would you go about this if you don't empathize, if you don't stand under such an individual to just look at all the possibilities? Nafi wahe if in your hands, or sometimes you may have to suggest some possible ways to such an individual na wetimi enya the healing that they need. So you see, even with this very simple man can you man can't even the part ebia oh no waba say you student too, but you left a family back home. Aye. Or your old man student, you have left your family back home. And in as much as you may be looking out to get some money to pay your fees, your rent, among other things, no. I will say, we face a cabin swa, or they be called a coffee, a ma wabano, assume a day a hem of run. So you see, in the first place, no, Why you preoccupied? Preoccupied with so many things that is not helping him or her to concentrate on their academic work. Now, let's go into our body politics. You see, I created a scenario for you. Find say we school ni waba obi man so one first scholarship na buy. One first scholarship and buy. You need to pay your fees, and to pay your fees, or if you need to work out your own salvation, among other things. Mamu who say scenario no. You call your body politics more. Right? Now said if we want to heal a criminal or catch a criminal, we need to start thinking like a criminal. Now you must see home. Yepe healing no meboa. We want to heal our politicians because they are part of the whole, and if they are not healed and they are sick, the whole is sick, including ourselves. And if we begin to think like a politician in our country, if we want to think in terms of the journey to get to the top, if we want to think of the journey to get into office, if we want to think of the circumstances you being a politician you would have to face in order to get to wherever that you are seeking to get to, all that you are faced with, begin to think of all those things. The emotional traumas, the financial obligations, all the things. Don't begin to judge. Say, and you will be nasumano. If you begin to go that direction, you are not going for healing. We want to empathize, so we'll be able to devise ways to heal. Now think of all those things. What comes to mind? Then about him, what are all the possibilities that comes to mind? Think like a politician. Think like an MP. Think like a district chief executive. Yes. Think like even an assemblyman. Yes. Think like one. Think like a minister of state. Begin to think of all possibilities that took him to wherever he or she is. Yes, think. Use the power of imagination to think of all these things. Now, what comes to mind? What comes to mind? Now, from what comes to mind, when we begin to think this way, and a better how we'll be able to solve or help them to heal. But you can't catch it. Unless you don't want to heal. Name them, all you want to do is to judge and say, oh, you're evil. I say, watch a crown for no. The old man say, hey, what mununkuno? Oh, you're evil. Oh, you're bonsam. Unless we just want to go that way. Name them. If whole is sick, the whole is sick, and we need to empathize. Think as a criminal, and then figure out how we'll be able to heal. What is that? And before we go further on, and even devise possibilities with which we will be able to help your politicians for now. Our politicians to heal, Let us think of it briefly, with the power of imagination. What it takes to be an MP, what it takes to be a president. You want to go all the way down, what it takes to be an assemblyman, what it takes to be a district chief executive, what it takes to be a regional minister, what it takes to be a minister of state. Let's use our power of imagination to think of all these things. When we get all the possibilities we look at those possibilities and we will be able to support, to heal. Reflective Thursday, I humbly welcome you to this thought-provoking conversation. Mame nkoma agwasi Yesu akwaba na menhwe oshase use the power of imagination. What came to mind? Agwasi Yesu say otimi kan bamaso.
Papa,
yes.
I drink here.
Good one there. Nampum to say.
Papa, madam, my sorry beam. Na me sorry and so cross no. And just no pankwa. Me check here. Na say January no nyame dia cheme. Masasi a month from February.
That's right.
A kind of month of love. So and ene mani ajepa me da sorry manwa me kusua be mi ensan bi. Say mi rap manti PM a me no akusua di. There is a reason why I no akusua di.
Okay. I see. Eye. Ni nyina aye, right? It's they are all rituals. And as you said, there's a reason why you do that. And I would want to think it's a very progressive reason. And keep doing it as long as that's what it's supposed to do. Yo, I go see. And then my bon come up I'm say me hear may use amakasa best and meet the assembly in Numkura, right? Meaning how long you were there listening. Kakra obeka ewo ho ene ye reflective Thursday. Kakra obeka na akwasi udi ni etie.
Yo, Papa, me da say. O kasa pa na meet you from far. Me ben me feed na. I'm say be 10-15 minutes kan koi. Na me start ben o me tie. Na o summarize won sem no nyina no fa obi a opese obi tu oba bi sua de na ibi a oni enkrata no me say oni enkrata but obi sua de how struggles or go through and no correct say obi school as a ko adwuma asa aka ho is one of the hardest thing e wa bruchira me hu bi da so say o ko school now see sua de ko school now see sua de e nyina ye nim say de abrofu dwuma sitie e nyina ho ntenase ne ma peja ntino say your home care so na wo ye adwuma eno so eno ewo na yi wo ho na be say we asa kotra class engagement a lot of assignment as a assignment no class no it's not like Ghana with me excuse me with makofa with teacher no to no to you can say copy na de ko aha we yes I be you free class and be you free school nim tin be and so to class now planning na one dey wadwene see bisa say what is photosynthesis I say to me say dey wadwene yes o koka photosynthesis is a process whereby one there be I say with me dey wadwene e found it take time meanwhile I say body no so no nyame ahyehyɛ say duru baby I say koda so na body no koda na esa day esa ke kanimasi animu sa be body fufuro say be ya de tia papa when you see someone na you saw a doctor so be a body doctorate who be now you saw a professor had you will be briwa and I have friends madam for a doctor and me who how struggle sometimes to go obeko ni office ni library bi ofia na bia na aduane de bread no wadi na ebia wantimi ani na aka no afam ada bi okra na okita pen say pen na ekita no na why dey penny kitani so papa no we see the class e won table so no ahead na wada. So these are the things that Emma me who say obi was that kind of title now. Emma me the a boost from could be man not because of sa title that is no. Nemo me share struggles e wo abroche ha before say we be starting class we go school abambu ebe bu so hu aha bambu ebe bu because most of our Ghanaian community no you know say abroche there say we go school one go school kra na kakra we be di ebe ye oh e be tuma ka so na student loan so hu na we school student loan bebre na be go so na untimi ntua so hu tie keka sansam na abi before yes roka oh na akobu abam but obi timi take both steps na o se me mfa ho sa me di me di nimdie e bobusia no sabi sa manfa nkoton na manfa nkoye ma na manfa nkoye bibia na se me di beto nimdie a eye because papa ade a obi ntimi nyim fru sam eye sa nyankopon abo wama wo your natural ability na wasa akwa knowledge aka ho broni bia no tmasiu so obetimi di na adwene asisiu ana so obetimi age sa certificate na fru sam no it's something that you're whining. So it it comes with a lot of sacrifices. So it comes with a lot of sacrifices and you'll be on the team to start control no. Cause obi on ma or yes to start control na or check it brown or bre no check it so we ska or beji no checking the juma what they are who say oh na juma me be to ami ko ikura no me bre eh juma na me ba be nti ade ntina yɛ sɛ mentoa so na menkɔ ha me ho bibiri me da wo class na me etrubu a traffic na wo kuntokwa na kyɛ sɛ obi wɔ kora na me start me DMC that medical sonography for cardio no na papa bua me kɔ adwuma me kɔ school na me fa madwuma tade nyina na me lunch a me di kɔ adwuma ni nyina bibia wo me ka mu dada etrebu okra papa wapon free adwuma wada no ebi a wo buy assignment bi you have 4 hours to wake up to go to school iti usori anopa na so say wo pesti no take breakfast one real we late romans no we tie late wo class one real na ankwankoboa wo end of term review no eti anya papa ebi a wo to came na ne brush ekitawa no na twetwetwetwe na wo twetwe se na yibi say so if you want to achieve something enya papa if you want to achieve something in life enya life for bobebre obey det kakra ansa na wo wi after so we achieve some money nyina wi na sabi wanya waduma papa bi a wo ye no you look back and smile say sa mi bre nyina no anye kwa oh enti no ade a me de magina video we na mabonkrofo bibiri abaso omo a sabi omutimi pass it through that akwantuo ni mu a ene omo make good impact in our community no enye sa akwantuo no obi a ne timi tu sa akwantuo no it's not easy especially enye Ghana for ne yahia ne yeko school international school we obi kura free Czech Republic ye do obi free Dubai ye di bi free Russia baby bebre no ba behia but now Ubun said Ghana ni nkwa and Uba has a investor of Cincinnati who caught the dean list na Ghana fo bebre untina na ya ba ye ka say in Ghana ye kuro no say uhwe de Ghana fo isi bom modi wo school mu ha any din amanfo je scholarship na nkra na gina it tells you say ye de nema tutu ba bi yi a ebetuma koye nima e chen sa so Ghana ni bia hu ni bia ye bia no tum say wa didin wa sell e wo bibia wo ye bia mu so even though say it's not easy because we want ma abusuafo otwen papa because unya bedru krom ha abusua problem na be hye wo kon mu whether say wo ko school say wo nko school say wo ye dan ye they think aha no sika bi sia say wo sori a ultimate bi di bro mo ti wo ko school na say adwini efie ho ti wo na so mo hu say wo ko school say no unya adwuma wo ko school ti no so wo wie di a eno kra no still na no wo hwa ye ba betwen kakra so nti papa kakra na de be hye mo ho no ho na mpese mi DC na eye me di bi kakra toa de wo kan so say on kase na reflective enura eye Dr. Parker o we kan sim bi na me wadwen kire kakra wo ho Yeah, very sensitive. Mommy be a friend of Dr. Grace, Dr. Grace gift, and we free mo. Na ni wo no me the bia no me ka say in every misfortune no I try to find my way out to see say me dane no na me su bi di afrim na me abɔ me ntoma na me de nam ma me ni wo no wu a ya I wasn't expecting say obi a wadru be bi sam pempen so sa no na da fa o ka say obi a oyɛ heba sorry a no oyɛ heba we no ɛna wakwakwo adentina wansa ne ho yade papa empanifo bu baby say hwemachi ma mintina atwe mienu nam enya humani so ma me hwemachi ma minti ɛna atwe mienu enam ana papa high radio station so ho ntimi mpese me kwakwa obi ana abusuani bi tie na akokan ne yawo but since I'm a back room omo ye surgeon or ye Ghana for a mashiro nkwa heart attack I cannot use that as an obi a surgeon wo ye cardiovascular ya wo ye anka wo de nkese bi anka wa obetima ye na de na wo trans ya ma hwe ye me fast ade no engage obi say obi ye doctor ntino bibi tu na ade ntina wan hwe ne hu yie ntina me ka say hwemachi ma me eni ntina aboa yi atwemi nu nam no because nkwotwe no nko ano obetumi anante but saa wotwe no ona ma no kodru ba bi na wodidi a no ne nua ba ko te ho no wo hwe se bi a obofo bi bo betumi yi na sutre no mo nyina ayede nti we didi wie a we hwe we achima we didi wie a na ofoforo so aba na we so abehwe na ntini e ka no hwemachi ma mentina atwemi nu nam ana me hu se bibia to obi ani so ama no atimi yida eye nkran bi a yehwane aburo na yehuhu so a ntete ne bitimi ko wani no afra wo yonko da ko a mesoro be hu mani so mame no aba be hu wani so unko a bibi to wani a untimi nyi da je so bi ne yima wo tino me de ma me kasa nyina ya tenten say so far say obi practicing bibi no doesn't mean say bibi ontimi nwu say Yesu Kristo kura ba ye no o wu no nipa mienu na ewu ye say nko nko betimi ewu oduru ba bia na cross no kura so no kura no senka ono ne Nyankopon ne ba no nko ne wo wiase ma hoodin nyina obetimi ya carry cross but say eduru ye no eduru ba bi no ne wa bre obi beje de koye so nti asem si sana let us be mindful of how I see ekano or in the name of say ebi nipa no ye heba practitioner ana wakwa na ekwu ni wuro wona ewu ni wuro ona nim de nti aiku no say ye yade o say na ye stress o say onya na ana as a bre akuno because say na Nyankopon si boye no say omunyum omo ye no ano den bu onu ma uda wa ma chekura no to ane do bi aba na je so okosare yade and na friend na kura wunya bi so omo say ye kan school asemi and na friend no yanti people end up drinking energy drink to say me yonko yima owie school ana e ko any surgery e wo na koma ho no anya heart inflammation because no ko school ntimi na onom energy drink monster mo any energy drink onom sa anti edru ba bi no na sa kofa we dia enti no sa na wi asete o comfort mi wu kom bosom bebre akase obi ba no maboa no obi okro pepa okọ bosom no timi mani bi obi okro timi ya de kwan kro pa ba na bosom na sa so komfo no etimi yare wu ewi ase wo ho no ma adwuma bi a wuye bia no ese utimi ekọ regular check up eno ni ade ese advocate say o hwe na say wo ho no ma every 3 months bia na betimi a ukohu omo makwadiri mu kwan a ebetimi afa so ahwehwe hwe omogye ma hwe se bibia anu a no anu maduro dia bo ho ban a eno beboa and media maami no minim no bebre eye radio so ne ayi so ne ya tetetete na asa draw me attention to how a Ghana yen respect so obi wu a say obi wu a the way you see tra radio so dey adwene keka nsem ena yesi kaduro no wakwaji na wawu ena de I mean tia say krom obi wu a ade akunu no say yetu ne ebo no ya report yakwesi nipa na kire di obi a emuni money with family no dan say obi kwa gina ba bi na eye sikaduro ade na ena odi aseda fast so ye hospital into on with this mentality no ntina somebody like me no that be am say metra ma haya because obi nim ebia wo bre obi nim how we see suffer say ye nyina wo have school amanfo ko enye school kura na wandwuma wo ye anyhow da bia sorry akonki no akọ 8 hours 10 hours na da chi bia akọ tena ba bi no akọ wo bi so ti abroche no ye nduro na wo ye drugs ana eku na to atwe me wan na bi kura na and some mo kan has nothing to do yade eku no kura no e bia na enye yade bia na natural death but ne de akọ hye sa ne ma no enti ye reflective we ni de tete no na obi wu a yetwa champion ne de agu ni so ni akọ si no na yeko nya fe ni yedi nipa no ye bekeka nsem bebre but ene wiase ko na nim nema bebre asesa to the point say so be free mu a amanfo pese sika boni nti no yenko ka nsem bi e be chin profo attention yen fam peska e wo bi ho eti as time goes on no amanfo mfa respect em ma so bi wu a first of all na busua ne nkra ne ewa chi ene humanity oba ye niema kakra obeye de boa ye no okọ obi anim kwan obefa so obi wu enra na meto na medwene saa ne ma ne ho so ho ade ba ko asamta e be simitri mu a e ma me moto pan say kwan obefa so obi wu so ho go me no in my life na me born papa mini ade bia wo mitrim say mi ko wu akoda ho ama ye ba be obi ba be bo aban mu ase wiase nyina ma ye be judge me abeyi ya kire me say na wo ye de mi ni sa mentality no me de ye say u papa smali mi ne uneti ewiase mu odo bia ese me yi na didi kire wo no ese me de ma wo enidie bia ese me de ma no ese me de ma wo se me wo ntade mienu na me firi se ebia me nua bi ni bi na me firi se me ma na baako na se bebo a ma ho ni bi that's how we better me free hanum na ba bia mekọ no mi mpese mehunu na me mpese meti mi nim se heaven bi o ba bi na hell bi o ba bi a ewiase no se de wudua body a ukotwa body no saa wuwu a wiase wo benya wa ketua wo asase we so a saa mentality no emwaye no tina obi wo yitimi kekan se na hyeso ajapade wo soro na bibi wo honom a ukwa bekwa nante so ye saa de ma no yade a emwa ena mami uhwe kwan a wafa so abo na braba ye nkan yo wuna wawu no ene hawana osi na ye kan sem se say ye ya limiting or limiting belief say wo kwa ye bibini a untimi ensi fie untimi nsi mansion 16 bedroom the moment you be 6 mansion 16 bedroom no bibini free say ebia eyisikaduro ana say eyebia nro bi na wopon ana eyebia enema bi na wonye ne yie ntina wo wetimanye seska no sa limiting belief ne sa mentality no ena me ye continent na duru ba bi etisesi no ye ne say abrofo se yenhye ejapade wo soro yesese ne wo soro de na wudi a na wo kokọ no ma ubedi de eno na ya na menti ase wo kan abofo obi a na mini obi ani problem wo nyame so mo ho asase a meti so a ye wo me ban na me hye edegya no me kwa saa eho na degya na ye bebo me esa de mako it between that moment no obi a wo mu bia no so odo no hia se me yi na di no kure ne ese me di madwuma ese me di no kure per but say me wu akọ baabi akọtena baabi ama obi ba be bo aban mu asi wiase anane ne de se nkuto na wakọgina ne nsani fa so no obejeje o debi that mentality no me no believe me de ne se wiase na metim no ese me bom abrabo yi ese me de niema tutu baabi yi na me maso sabi omuso ebeduru omuso anya baabi papa de den asi omuso be wu akọ omuso eto abrabo ne so a na omuso abeko but say me se majapade nyina wo soro na miwu a na makwakọ di de wo soro ho no something that I think say akwakọ ye sa hallucinations ni bia meka ho asem na amanfo de ntina ma ye ho kire bebre no because enkrofo mo ka sa anya ma ne kire no anka ko be ba America nka ye hu development bia wa ha so aha na nka bia nka ye hu enkrofo mo ka sa asem ne kire no amudi nema to bi nema yie pa ko pe gina ko America ko Chicago na ko gina wo fa omo helicopter bi na ye do ko run back a it sounds like kwesi bro ni watete na heaven wo he ya oni bi heavy bia wo ba bia say obi wu akọ na akọtena nyame nkopon sani fa so na nyankopon sani fa akọ bu akọ yi picture bia kire say wo enra wudi boni we wudi we yatam ni we no sa that kind of anyama na limited to the sense that you cannot progress in life and everybody bia wotimi e konka sa ne manepe in Ghanaian community, no, they see that person as either a drug barrier or a secret drone. And when I limit your man, the Ghana, yeah, bro, you break it through that again, if you know. they succeed. So,
Yo, I was see.
Papa.
Yo, wait there. Who say honey here pa na quickly. Na mema Isaac Emrano. Say I wanted us to think like a politician, right?
Yeah.
Said yeah, oh, you were thinking about you started thinking as if Obia or free Ghana about United States now over school only scholarship or yeah, you might get fees among other things. No, let's think as politicians what it takes to get to certain positions, what it takes to be an MP. Said the my analysis no. For you to heal, no, you need to begin to think as the person who is sick. And if any empathy, you empathize. So you'll be able to know all the modalities, all the circumstances leading to that, and then you'll be able to plot a solution out. And just briefly, Nayama Isaac
All right.
Emra.
All right, Papa. Politics and no crowd and I mean I think politics idiot come me these social issues, you know. But what can you do? And can be me could be no man can be the and well, Papa, yeah, politics now, yeah, you know, yeah, can we be fast so be me who is that the structures in no is something that is it me as a if free home structures now, yeah, set the no. Say some person may be assembly manner, as I say, make off a form, Nami Pieska, my bontoa. Na mako nkurase baby a mepɛ omoto aba no na makoka sɛ o mepɛ sɛ monto aba mfa mame na akoye MPP NDC now mekurase am na no na me kan man oye NDC ni Mr. me kai sɛ na mo primary school na headmaster and I don't know why I ho no ye to aba MPP both parliamentary omo fa but eduru assemblyman nkwade omoto ma papa no because of Ninuma. And I can mention so many amenities I was fighting. Mekai Satama, JJD, Light for Begu Ukrum, he was the one of fighting Yeminia Light when it comes to potable drinking water or no, and they making sure say in every Ibiano, Konebiano, Ubenya is so papa and anom. And now, yeah, plan says school now is one of primary school, no, and yet he was the one of fighting both MPP and this Abetrasuinano of fighting. Papa, me this start free one, it's not say. About war is not about party card. So be bit my human quadia. You vote for the person to do the job. So you know, someone can say, me family home politician, him now meaning me yeah, Papa. I want to mean to me because one, the entire mean to me say politicians are costing more than good in Ghana. Papa, won't me bomi dia na eduani konya wa ka jam say because of empathy ntino. Me metra nchen me ani debi wu na ukwana na ba next time dua biem san ye just have mentality na pere ye beye untimi and drive highway e wo America ha GC highway ha 55 ebo ho no akọ 60 police ni ko chewa o se ya o na me yare da hospital ntina me dimirika ko na police ni say oh okay ene ye ko debi e se ma law no emra no e ye adwuma enti politician na wo ka say even though things are not going well, maybe I mean family na me na me no mo and so be yare means yes, it depends on the person character. But so with one unwini me ho no me no ka asem na asem me ka dey no kure na wabodu di bia sensa ho na mate se si bia na nya wa den no be ka jam se me nkotra ni pane na se na bia edua no me mfa nche no pese okumi no there be politicians na Ghana no majority of them no I cannot sympathize with them. To be honest with you, Papa, I cannot sympathize with any politician. The amount of money MP, person will be MP for just 4 years, Opian, Papa, I cannot sympathize with such a person. People spend $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 just to become an MP. A poor wickedness.
Me can say sympathize with them all. We're talking about empathy, not sympathize, right?
Okay, say empathy, Krana. May you say empathy in every hole, Papa. I cannot empathy with any politician. That you know, we all know the truth how mismanagement these politicians and maybe this current government. So I cannot come here and be like, oh, okay, politician, can't you on homework in say, me person me banning nasi be nini be pen me reason na me me didn't nation issue nim. Ebia ni issue no me na so me sa enkum na me na so enko. We need ese mamra ye juma. Baby a yeti enye afen empathy bia need laws are laws. Utika traffic light red utwam na police gina wachew. So mami na ewu oba na ewu ukatre police ni na oni empathy bia the mouth for honom no because one uba free mu traffic light red na utwam no ebia nkura be 10 egu kam school mass nkura be 15 egum wodi koboma wakum nkura 15 just ebia oba bi ewu say ye kase ye masane ma wi ya adwuma ye mind be ko animu. You cannot come and tell me say we a GFA ye kobo tournament e 7 million e dia to so now we say 8.5 million and ye ahomsiesie a ye di ko siesie now we say any de mini panomi empathy with that person no there's some things to be on ma udwina wontimi nwini no de obeka ne say emra wo ho emra nya adwuma Baby, eti emra na ye adwuma America wuti nye ba kokora say ye tituo enka de gusto TV upama me so TV see na friend video call one te crowd better say no rankrofo bi ko tututuo wa but emra na ye adwuma eche wa ache enya afa no ohini bi ko tutuntum ade agu ni na afa ayi snap mienu bi akita say na me ba na wo ko repu no mesrɛ mu amena na wa anya ade enti no me de snap mienu we ba you go to prison life ohunu wi ase bia biem. And I think that these are others are laws I will and laws on papa. Yeah, see a pen nature anyway. Yeah, you won't be applies to even when you go to sea. A drew baby a hurricane, near Boko said, no, baby a ponedruno, and from a deep banana didn't evacuate. So what say would you own see now? So with a year, a becum. These are laws are being one more brony being what my year machine is all they stop a hurricane. A natural laws.
Okay.
It is if I see a minor cost war. Empanimfo mu dia nimu na omu ewo wi no that empathy no akano empathy amenya ma obi anase bi obi ade na beto wa okoyinity ohun okoyinity keke o enam say nipa na oyinity na bia say the papa ya na o kan de bia na bia ignorant bi ntino wentimi an sanitize we no ye ntino ye bia akọ obi ewo that kind of way no bi ewo ni tim sa razor bomb no wakọ akonya bi sika say no ope e de ayeyi Saturday night has in Sikani Chrono among for boy, a kai among from Person Became. And he invested says he can away chrome wa. I can brand ye in Kiaquani surgery that Ama Eddie says cano. So when me and Piacrana, I buy for 20,000 I buy any car. Minty America, me who say, Ima, acquire ne heart inflammation, $95,000. Okofano, Obiama Mete, Kejetia, Sabi, or 20 million. Omoko says cano in America, acrobat, she can saying. But the guy is working. Your money life for one living. E gana nkobe wu. Intermediate the American nan say. And yes, I criticize ya na do. These people no my criticizing here because they know the truth and my say omuntie because they have people that are more go support to. So because to me it doesn't make sense to me say. Na no me yonko bia me ni ko school. O hima na wo part o aban we mu bi. Yes, you Latin keke, you can say VIP. Maybe I'm profit. Now you see a quack of meeting. Meet me can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15 just to commit a commission of VIP. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me.
All right, I will see. NF1 Nusimami, what's it? NF1 Nusimami.
Oh, dear papa. Empathy now, kind of. It doesn't accord with these politicians.
Okay, all right then.
Say, Omono. Obia make me a party any pound in the picture better way. And any pen no.
Okay.
So and any pet Anna walk off and we have media me say we in case you be on out here. Akwabia me koto no na ontimi nyan na ontimi nyahwe ye de 2 and afara ha say. I ask the amount of money a bit me ama akwawi naturally. Baby nyankopon bo ne to fa ye baby nyankopon ni tadua mu obetima adwon so afa na aye yi no $7,000 $7,000 na just one person no $7,000 no it no akwani te wo the kind of treatment ya ye de ma patients will be yare na ye ba handle because oh na ebia broche heaven UK heaven I no mom for ntiase because I know you're so who's go you do hospital. The primary duty of physician is obesa yade obenyampa. But that's not what it happens there. Because sikana esi enfamura ye yinim no. So ye no. Ye nye na nkrofo kakra bia first cano. Na omudi oyare ya na watwa first class. No dia ba America no abesa ho yade. So this are issue such a person no meet me empathy with him.
Empathy, okay. Yo.
Ko nam hono ma na nyankopon wo hono na wo ho ampa. Nanka wasoma buo bi na abehwe ni tirim pawu. Nanka bia won kunu nanka ko na beto ni tirim no. Nanka wo feel amam for the same pain na amam for come hospital no so feel bi. But nyankopon so wo mere ma obi enti no. Ono ye ya no afa first class business. Ade tin ne ba ho ko yare se den. Ade betena wabetena America no asa ne ho yade na okọ. Nti ebede na say ye ka say amamfo ohuna mane wo hospital sa MP we wasa ne manyina be go aburukyire nti ye ka say akora bi ti yi school mpatadan mu a
obe no what you say ono oni bi all right then
na wo kana fidie we so
ono oni bi
because say ne manyina go aburukyire
yo Agwasi, thank you very much. I like you say what kind of empathy, you're stressing on it. Empathy, and just say you have to go through a similar situation, and sana when your empathy is something that is taught. Now, make empathy, basically, say you cited several examples. It is not to justify the wrong and make the person remain in that wrong. It is trying to understand and then figure out a way to heal the person. Now, healing the person may come in diverse forms. Said ya woka se opposini echiwa anya afi no wo koka se ni na enuntina ma ne ba sa no waja da bi menka se opposini echiwa because of empathy ntino onyao da bi. That is not what I'm saying. But kan wasem e de achire opposini no say se bia obayare anase say no opposini a ono no de empathy adwuma no will be able to tell you say yes, obayare. However, in your quest to run quick and go see your child, when you break the law now, you would also hurt yourself. That will bring further problems into the family. Ono kasa no, eno nkyere se wodo ho chew. But because of him being able to empathize with you in your situation, he is able to draw your awareness to some of the things that you need to do, you need to consider, even in the midst of a challenge. And don't just say, oh, don't watch out, Debbie. That is not what I'm saying. And don't let us twist it. Me say, we are standing under the politician. We are thinking as them. And then when we know what they go through, we will then be able to figure out the healing process going forward. That is all that I'm saying. Mame ko membre na sumo. Eti mame ma Bombardier mesre wo bae na Isaac ana Echo. Eti obi a wabonto aketua bi. And then right after that mesre wa Isaac mama why. Eti Bombardier say ultimate kan omute ho. Why? Omute ho Bombardier. All right. Him say, okay. Bombardier.
Yeah.
Saboko there.
Okona so e.
Nyame adom. Yo, ene Bombardier said ya shase no reflective Thursday. Chia. Now we are Mr. Wa Isaac and so mama. Why?
Then now the two paso.
Let me recap, right? Say if the objective of a or objective of the situation, the objective is to heal, and in many instances, what we do and they say you reason as if you are in the situation, you think of all possibilities, and then you heal. An example, say opposing person or criminal. In many instances, they begin to think as a criminal. And then they will know all the possible ways with which a criminal will act. And then they will figure out a way to catch them. a psychologist episode obomodia no heal will be or mental he has to reason as a mental being obi anadwene mu nka no just empathy. You see, you reason that way and then you begin to devise possible ways with which you'll be able to heal that person. Nina is on the ground to say if we accept to say a part of the whole say a whole touch man, it is the whole and an whole touch man, and your healing should be our objective. Judgment shouldn't be just our objective, because if we judge and we don't get the healing, it doesn't take us anywhere. The objective should be healing. And if that is the case, when we identify a situation, to help us devise a healing process, we must be able to empathize and then devise a healing process out of it. And I cited several examples, but say if we are to begin to imagine what it takes to be an MP, what it takes to be an assemblyman, what it takes to be a district chief executive, what it takes to be a president, what it takes to be a minister of state. When we are able to ask ourselves this question and come with all the possibilities we would be able to devise a healing process for the politicians we are so much concerned about. Now, before we even get to the healing process, we just want to establish all the possibilities first of all, and then from there, back to the dressing room. Now, you devise a solution going forward. That is what we are discussing on Reflective Thursday.
You and your chairman, me that say, chairman, I'm not telling Kano, said what they are triggering the part of the whole, are affecting the whole, and the part is also part of the whole. Until when you could know that, aka kwame na aka kwesi saa na nka ye kano na ya hwe healing no answer healing be manage say ekrobi nso wo ho ana yare bi wo ho nti said ye ti for motim no nti doctor or yen prognosis no in diagnosis nti prognosis ne de e cause yade no na diagnosis no ye hwe e kwan be so na e fa so ye dey ye healing so nti prognosis no ye pe the likely cause of the disease the biota ko hospital na be se ne ye ka doctor be diagnose you nti diagnosis no ye identify the nature of the illness no say the yare no sitie na prognosis no ye hwe say what is the likely cause of that disease no nti identify say corruption and yare na diagnosis. He identifies the corruption, but at the end, they call say corruption and a friend prognosis. It decided a no mean way PD and a year a juma or medical field, to come on doctor no on say idea or treat symptoms into us. Oh, and a doctor me bofro me and me lose my appetite and can me the document and this is the barco me honam ya onyaka symptoms in the end because she chat the more symptoms no make me identify say like so benya malaria once what diagnose what did my identify say based on your symptoms what my identify say malaria. So that's it. Now no prognosis what is causing that malaria no ebia emo be a friend plasmodium. So that's it. Plasmodium and cause sa yade no na plasmodium en fa no mo wo entontom so yo mebri ye wo coolest entontom ye wo cancer AIDS entontom and ye wo anopheles entontom ye ko hwe mu and technologies anopheles entontom na cause ye malaria no na mo anopheles entontom so no ye wo be ma ne oba ko hwe mu a sa ma no na wo sa more your friend plasmodium now your friend parasite no so into after the prognosis no we want to find out what is causing na adenti na ɛmaa no ɛnyɛ saa ɛmoa no esan sɛ yɛfrɛ bibi symbiotic ana mutualism relationship nti no aboa no so hia ɔbaa ntontom no no nso ayɛ dɛ walivi ntontom ba no so ɔto kosua no so ɔma no aduane so ɔpɛ nso wankɔpɛ apɔnkye mogya sɛ onipa mogya no ohia ɔne so mogya no ohia nti female anaphroma mosquito no because ɔno deɛ ɔyɛ bloodis ɔno mogya no ohia enti so besu skin so a na watwe ne na no tenten na yɛfrɛ no proboscis no sɛ ɔso deɛ no paneɛ no ɛna natural hypodermic needle no deɛ wɔ skin no straight to the blood vessel no ɔkɔtwe mogya na ɔtwe mogya no so ɛnsɛ sɛ ɔyɛ ɔkrɔmfoɔ no nti na ɔmpɛ sɛ ɔbɛte paint ɔde ne ntasuo yɛ de ɛɛfa hɔ na ɛyɛ natural anesthetic so that say but all introduce ɛyɛ ntasuo no unfortunately ɛno nso na ɛmoa a yɛfrɛ no plasmodium parasite ɛwɔ mu na wɔde gugu mogya mu no wɔ sealing kama ɔno deɛ ne mogya na ɔbɛtwe onim sɛ bia ɛmoa no hɔ so that say nti ɛmoa no so bɛdi mu a no sɛ adwea atadwe ɛnoma te dɛn dɛ mefiri ntutum aba nipa mu nipa no so odi benku ne jollof ne Ghana rice ɛne all the balanced diet no Africa no ɔbɛtena mogya no mu ɔyɛ living things ɔbɛ multiply to no ɔwɔ saa no so plasmodium no wide dose nti dose no kɔdi baabi a wo sɛ na honam ɛne ne body reaction no body nye hu ya sɛ deɛ ka ne yɛpɛ healing no once body no brain ne yi na so bi armed forces mo he no was sending brain na sending message to wa frɛ you know body armed forces no military headquarters hey commander no maybe by your system no more just foreign material yɛde no mɛyɛ emoja no so no me wom so yɛ bɛyɛ sɛ miɛnsa na nan yɛ nsuo no a yɛ fɛn plasma no nsuo no ɛna deɛ yɛ solid material na yɛ fɛ no baako yɛ white blood cell red blood cell ɛna sewing machine na wom no yɛ fɛn platelets no mu nyina akɔyɛ ɔmakɔ round table no sɛ red blood cells there be we dey nye bedwuma white blood cell wo adwuma no white blood cell amaja tum nti ɔsɛ mini platelets ye hu sɛ de be sɛ ye no aboa we ye fɛn plasmodium de be we foreign material o illegal immigrant nti ɛkwan bɛ so na emfa so ɛyɛ de ɔbɛ ha yi nti hwa sɛ na white blood cells no ma send ɛyɛ you know kas infantry no na platelets no kɔhwɛ sɛ bia hɔ no so ekuro bi da hɔ a na ɛsɛ wɔkɔfa ne paneɛ ne na homa no pam platelets no no pam kakrakra wɔbɛhwɛ a ekuro ne tu yɛ no wɔhwɛ ne ehili ɛyɛ platelet na yɛ sɛ adwuma no na mo ɛba plasmodium dia ɛnsan sɛ ɔyɛ cell nti no deɛ white blood cells yɛn sɛ ɛneɛ sɛ de na otis sɛ Russia for ɔmo ko ɛyɛ ekuro yɛ a ɔmo ko bɛyɛ sɛ 6 months anwo yɛ no ɔmo twa kuro no hyia yɛ sɛ na white blood cells wɔ formation hey montwa mfa nkɔfo no mo kegitia it mun kofa Dr. Mensa na muntwa kofa Central Market na mo man ko shim mbon ko fie sa no wo shim sa no onye bebi anko ti platelets no plasmodium hu say soldiers abo okọ border na yesili white blood cell for no twa no na mo de kamia no to missiles no bonsa obehwa na oma ye dey oma swallow blood you know kama omo hwa na say omo ko etia parasite na plasmodium na omuntimi a na makɔ reinforcement o say de omaka che body say de bi say de mo ayɛ den no sa reinforcement no any friend vaccine so that say etia ka vaccine na ekɔ akɔboa wo white blood cells no akontokwa no etia mra na skin disease wo no diphtheria can say poliomyelitis ni nyina sata na vaccine nyamai the body na ono natural cause onye used to say yade no nti na mind kra bebre ewu ye no but vaccine ne ba ye koka white blood cells omo kun ye na fide omo ya no omo ye mapping no omo se yare edi nim dada it next time bia obenya malaria no body nim se wonya malaria pain nti okoya na okohwe ne bank account no yare we no ye wo ho do ye bi dada nti ye nko we serious so nti no ase kejua ye nim de be ye unse sa nete e kwan ya wafa so dade de enye kwan ya obeyira oh say the nature no normal nyankopon na ye ne say wa map wa program ni nyina e course o video no mo so that's here enti ene ye ka about healing here sympathy and empathy ni nyina no ye doctor Juma na be prognosis. We have to know what is causing yadia a higher society no diagnosis only say or say to me identify yadia a higher with me identify yadia na unsa ubenya healing say yadia na ya wadwene a yen konkofa a paracetamol enye adwuma de over ko hu psychiatrist now I recommend a draw a bit mediama wo say a year wo diabetes a doctor no so be kire wo adwane oso die ene eduro a advance e bia na insulin kura no de nyankopɔ dem na e bia na eswate to say more artificial insulin bi ana say ye ma metformin na wo de support insulin natural one na pancreas na ye no saa na ye adwuma enu nti ko ka ye ko amamu a saa na tie society na identify say oh or say yetimi nya MP no okodi ye nyina ntimi call parliament wo enti omo identify problem omo ye prognosis no but e kwa ben so na ye de MP ni be kono ye se beto aba ye diagnosis nti no prognosis no ametimi identify ye problem no but prognosis no what is the likely cause identity na ye pe MP no also we bia onko kasama ye na onko she mra ondo ye mra she bedwani ana ase development ban so a ontimi ye dey on pushi na ma DC o jama president ntimi ye dwuma no se ye kama enti empathy and sympathy no a difference room so that's here se ka empathy a just say ade na to da se wo mama ewu na so obi mama ewu a you empathize that person because ato be pain wo de wo nim se de mama wo sitie eno nye sympathy so you empathize obi a ne mama ewu a won so na wo mama ewu pain so we yire jawa no be so yire jana was I empathize with you because me yire ja me pain into no who was experience with my two se menya enye nko na de hia wate me so ato me pain sympathy ni say wo na de nto da but on wo wote ma nipa kro no wo wote ma nipa kro no akoy say bia obi ebia am robbers aber robin am robbers me robin but okache no when you sympathy am say oh said the abranti ababa wa brepa na am robbers abaya nyadoa abesa no menyina no but am robbers abaya aber robin that then you empathize with the person because at pain so that's it at pain enti emra na mahama ye president oka say you must be a president to understand what is all entails na ebi man tia se ben no say no one man tia se this is then Oma be president now they can empathize with Mahama say asem okay say heavy is the head that wears the crown wo yo hina asem be da so no obi abeda na no muzuko a eno amehwe movie on Netflix so South Korea omo movies na me pepa on Netflix wo show hina na obi a won interest war officer secretary of one obi a won interest na bi so epese overthrow no ohina wo ya branch no within ye no waba kokra it say ni tu nyina ye wa to say adwena wo dwere no na ne nwia na wo abonti de bia no kacha ohine so nya botranya ohine no wu fana no ohine wi onu be ye ohine no o say brother answer na me ye ohine na I was sympathizing with you and now ma be ye ohine no I can empathize with not sympathize since ma be hu say na obre pa obre it is sanity into empathy there a carry weight saying sympathy empathy in the womb bi ma kwaji na IMF no e be say ade na wabo man o sa fe there one IMF from cause enya now since also kwaji IMF that now they can empathize with the previous administration say heavy is the load heavy is the head that wears the crown sanity enti ye nhwadru enti we betimi this illustration media man from the side of the entomo no illustration no ekwa akosi onipa mojem se de white blood cells and anemia platelets omutimi ye adwuma no anything say we protein we nam ne fish papa and the protein and the koboa na repair worn out no white blood cells no any platelets omuhia saade no na omutimi de aye fabric and say dumas into mano no de a silly wedro no so you can learn so much from the things around you and what the things that you don't know that is occurring within you. So you need the inside and the outside to make an informed decision. Eti Papa Smalley na a preamble said yeah no National Science and Maths quiz no enam that one. Eti meko the great Isaac Ishak said the incremophobic Ishak Isaac and the son of Abraham and the Koba for the no. I said that the agent in na Ogwama na the Boba for the way into and Isaac Veteras and a reflective Thursday and you chairman from all around the continent. Answer na Isaac Beban, your chairman Shalom or Uruguay. Kwabna agreement who Germany who tied and then Hamburg. Or say bombardier fire. Aha. Temakasa higher radio. And so yeah, I know my and go for observe it. And go for observe it. Papa Sama Bekai, Oko Facebook, Oko tuning, Oko YouTube, so I ho. Until say Banya Kasa, Yen Kasa say from the yen sympathize on one muti, you know. Until you can only sympathize with them. Sympathize with them. Say, oh, Kasa, a binsu feelings so a how almost so de a year as some so between you. Until Isaac, who was what a year Bamaso, and a Thursday.
I drink a see. Yeah. Na me hwe ball na so no na ma adwen wo ha.
Na why na ball?
Nigeria ne Angola.
Oh, and they Thursday na me just Saturday do mo quarter finals no. Okay. And
I replay match.
Replay. Okay, yeah, because that's it. Yeah. Okay. The quarter finals into no ama BBI come. It's good also to watch the recap. Say yeah, let's you cry in post election the analysis and sometimes one to man should be live ultimately should be pre-recorded and no one make it also information and Isaac and then reflective Thursday reflective just say say the only no because they bow it bounces back to you until assessments will not make because my yen
yeah I Papa Smart na the topic number 2 now no the timing to know na the okani na no the last one on the two was sympathize with you better to me sympathize with politicians. I don't know me sympathize with politicians. If you ask no obi a oya depa na nipa na oya depa no nso hwe bi ato no ana bibi aba no so ana so nipa we no ade oye no ya depa na ebi o ahwere no kwa na ebi ade na free nsa ana ye sympathize with sa nipa na ande mbeti ase na nya awifo we no me sympathize with awifo mema example Adentina obi to say Aliu Mahama neba our ye politicians. Na onim say nukrom ohia ohopa ohia dodo ohopa anka say sika nimpo odi to TV say odi to TV be tiche ma manfo se ento abama no say odi si school mpo and odi ni din to so mpo say iya anka say nkofo no ne consequence wo no be so onim nyansa na nipa say konfowi akototo TV e dia akoma ne consequence say omo vote mano delegate say omo vote mano na wo lusu a na me Isaac nipa say no ho ye memobo ana say nipa say no ni sika wo lusu ntino say me kan bi mano ana say me ne ya adwe no support to before we share MPP primary here almost at a sika piemu pa say wait no be yadwin ana obi ayade na ne ho aye omobo ana se bia bibia kwaso a na nke se nipa no ayade pa na we share me so ofanko na me wa me girlfriend bi na me ne edi komo me ka girlfriend Ghana de ka girlfriend e fi se bia ayo obi a one ne ehihye ho we aye madafo girl na we delegate or ofanko na no a oya pipi ni me ne di ko me question no me ano ambeka no ha deputy ambassador of China ono no stand so opanko em say me ya na me fi say me friend na me say so opanko say gba we say ni omo delegate no so mo ye 1,000 omo ye 1,000 say 1,500 no what check difference amo bia ani sika ka ho ena me bisa na say nti says nima we am mo age no mo fi say ebeboa democracy na ye na because nipa na mo gi ni sika no munim so kwa ma ye hwe so ni enje no no kwa kokro ma ye hwe o ma boaye onye hwe nti ne di age no ye nji onwo nkofo 1,500 o ma gi o na bia constituency na bia o mo na be 10,000 hwe wote ifumu a aban 8,500 na just say 8,500 no o mo de o mo ba be sofa o ono 1,000 ono 500 mpo no ono ka ho go free you know enche bia dum so na yi eba yi ebe say but onim so nipa no betumi apray adwuma bi aba ne constituency na obetumi ye hospital bi esi no constituency anani nti say nipa we do onwini ye na say nipa we no ye beto national ye be national election na say nipa we elusu a na me no me so politician bi en ho a me Isaac what this sika we o man ni sika asend ma no walusu election a me ne be ya adwe ana na ho be ye me mobo say o nipa we alusu no nti no ye ka sympathy ye ka ma obi a o wa ya de pa na otumu se nipa we wa ya de pa na ka so onwini na nam sabi nkwasiafo nti no omo ato ama no ana bia o ka say papa ya de wa yi te se John Mahama dwuma obedi ye na Ghana for the ntro de evotu etia no no mo hu nokre ne say yes omo hu nokre no so papa dwuma wa bedi no ana nkofo adentina nkofo sympathize with Mahama because omo hu say nkofo we ntro no mo de baye omo amaye ku nipa say it is Mahama ana sympathize no ye Mahama ko gina ko kegetia ya no me de almost kegetia no asante hin na kobo kwesia ebesi ya because bibi bia eye ma eye ndisi no awukumase no ya no mpese mu ss ade no no mo say din no edaso no na so Mahama ko gina ho no na me fi se bia omo beka se o Mahama obo asante hin na si edwa no odu wo no se mo ba wo mia no be gina ha no ejai marketi eyatum ba umye bedru na so beye onu ko ya wajato wo beka oduna no na beka wanye no o kache mu edwa difo ne se market no no siye nti ono no nim adwen a ye de repair nti no oba ba yi ni yi ena mo boje no so nkofo adwen bone ete nkofo bi achi empese bibi papa bi abeba nti nipa say no ene ye sympathize no obi a oya de pa no obi a oya de pa na nye obi a oya politician nti edi na ye de to aba nti no so o risk camp no lusumpa yi hwe obi ti say adwasafo wajai o constituency atoko akwa debrity o TikTok so na o ye videos na wo ye yi ame ya tame Ghana ya wie Ghana sika 100,000 adi afa plane adi abro so dwana beto aba no ye need vote do wa ma no ayem because you live no na adwen papa bi anta ho na so no hwe wagya na yi na ato wa sesika wo no na time do ya wa to calipo because some dey na calipo na ye omo be agufu adubai so no calipo and calipo yentumi nto na say nipa we alusu na aba na me as do me MPP because olusu kra MPP lusu kra ba em de na we dey omo internal intino primaries intino and then me can be ama na nipa we alusu na aba na me so ayem ya say waboka wa seska ska no ya no he Nti no sɛ yɛka ɛyie di a mama yɛmfa the word sympathy mpo ɛmfa ntare politicians ho. Yɛnka yɛnyisu nkɔfoɔ papa yɛmfa wɔn nyɛ examples. Nyɛ sɔfoɔ awifoɔ no bi ɛna yɛn nso yɛbɛka. Yɛka obi a wabɔ mmɔden ayɛ ade pa de ama ɔman no. Ayɛ ade pa ama community no. Ɛna yɛka. Prince, on say Ghana for no yɛmpɛ change. Yɛn no yɛsuro change. Bibia ɛbɛma nkɔso aba no. Yɛmu bebree na yɛsuro. Ɛna MPP party wei no. Ɔmo no nya de pa bankofo ɔnam sɛ ɔdɔ party no ntino ɔmpɛ sɛ MPP bɛtra so a process the employer entrance so. But my member example. On say Blaster coach, no so young fire no so if you know abeso team no mu if you know abeso team no mu your man time you won't say nipa no perform you won't say nipa no perform nipa say no won't say mean sympathize with say nipa no and I'm saying pay change you know you sympathize with omo obi on perform bia no humo bro yen na humo bro we afa yempese bese one a Ivory Coast say unim say Ivory Coast for maintain omo coach Bruno coach na ankomo omo belusu bio ankomo lusu ye because say nkroma some o kan ye no say nkroma say ma nipa bibini ma ne chance obe perform adwumbone na wo yetimu nta na adwupapa ni ma papa wo yemu na adwumbone o say many pan chance many people bibini chance obe perform yet to Ivory Coast for omo last match I didn't know omo last match dey omo dey omo mpamo coach no omo try but omo pamo omo coach no omo sake no last match no nipa bibini na be fire na
all right Isaac wait a bombardier 1 second Isaac well I needed to step in here for a brief moment.
Okay. Clarification
yeah. I don't know, sometimes I also empathize with Enuanimo Ebechi, and then they come to listen to a part of what I have already said, or they just imagine what I have said, and then they also bring in their submission. Neither, or in fact, never in my submission did I ever say we should sympathize with politicians. That is not what I said.
Oh no.
1 second. No. 1 second. Okay. But that is what you are referencing to. Say we should sympathize with politicians. Okay. All right then. Hang on. Okay. If that is not what you are saying, I said it. Yeah. And stick to what I put on the table for us to discuss. All right, but hang on, okay? Now, Masende Akoma Bombardier, when we talk about empathy, okay, the term empathy is used to describe a wide range of experiences. Emotion researchers generally define empathy as the ability to sense other people's emotions, coupled with the ability to imagine what someone else might be thinking or feeling. The key word here is imagine. Imagine. Now, sympathy is to do with, say, oh no, you understand. He said, oh no, what you have gone through a similar situation, and I said the same situation, and you know. That is why you are feeling that way for that person. Now, we are talking about empathy, understanding how a politician think, getting to know what they feel. We want healing. That is the bottom line of our discussion. We need healing. That is what we are looking out for. Me say Koba say we simply want to settle with the surface. To say the akwasi yesu ekan opposed ni chill. We jump red light, wacho, and one wacho, amount ticket, and one call baby. If we want to settle with that one, yeah. And yeah, we can label our politicians, we can judge them, we can insult them, we can do whatever we want. However, if we want to operate from the angle, say, we are inseparably linked with one another, they are part of the whole. And if that part of the whole is sick, we are also sick because we are part of the whole. If we want to operate from that angle, yeah, let's do some empathetic reasoning. Now, what does a politician think? And then we'll feel it. What does it take to be this or that? Now, in such discussions, we are empathizing. Oh, when you're a politician, have you been a MP before? No, you haven't been a president before. You haven't been a district chief executive before. But you are empathizing. Just say you are just imagining what it takes to be one. And in that empathy, in that spirit of empathy, you'll be able to design possible ways with which possible healing be our per se. Who provide and answer who identify Emma only corona or go through whatever you have imagined them to be going through. No, you can put them across. That is the discussion. I have not sat here to say will be Akoto TV 100,000 50,000 pieces at the Ama delegates are let's will lose what yen sympathize with that person. No, that is not what I'm saying. However, Sani Pano, he's still part of the whole. Oyare. And the thinking, emotions bay. At the end of the mu man yes at the end. If you want to heal that person, what approach are you going to be taking? That is the matter on the table. And Bombardier, over to you once again, Isaac. To ask him so. Why?
Oh yeah. I asama Papa Smaran. What they abetu jono. Nye wo asama o kind, but the word empathy now we see and I may say me politician me who say what impo we should put on he said more it's like omo dia yo money because one why ya dia ade anka oba abaye no na nipa no walusu ana nima akoye no because say bia no owadwen papa enti no ana me dia me chane say me no sankofo no me no omo enya adwen nye wo waso be kan no me say me no omo nya adwen in the sense say me no obi they say bible says obi su a oni ni su obi di ayro wa oni ni ayro ho na mum ne obi a wakokum obi a ya che no na yede ne ko no ana me hu ne mabo no because ye hwe politician ya jeje omoso ma abedu sa pepesui because politicians be brave sika politicians because say you consider politician ono no lusu a walusu ana so if you this chief executive na bia na djuma abono adentina na djuma abono because one perform it is a nipa no one perform ya yi na di no say me mobo say sa nipa ne sa nipa ne ya yi na di no say me manage yes say me manage because say one perform say decide no to yetumu a yekro no abaye ye yekro no abaye ye intina me say you sure say ye di edin ene tribal yi ene ye di govern ye man Ghana na ko bi wo kwa on performance no ena me say nkofo no epenasem nkofo no twoma no nkofo no bibi o ye bia no nkofo na ni gi no ho on perform because say edin owo ni ntino suban bi a owo ntino na yi bia ene o man na enkoyi intina me ka say me no me sympathize ma obi a on perform ana obi a one perform no walusu na adwuma obi a oye politician na walusu amfa me ho say wo ye hwana no intina yan ka say yeah me sympathize am obi a me hwe na adwuma hote sa nipa no ana me suma no se bia ohwere no kwa na ohwere na adwuma na ohwere bibia ana me suma so nipa we na oya de pa because yin na yetata into no enya dia ye begina ha na ya soso nkofo bi so because ye kwama nkofo ana Yesu amankofo a say hu say omo adwuma aso ni. Nti na me dey Agricos for ni example. Say yet ti Chris Witty ho amana di enya because you should say you be fire no because nkofo bi edo no because Ghana no yes obi don omo no ye no ye po obi odo obi ye po obi na adwuma o ye no ye hwe so anye den emu na ten because ye hwe so we di ofimi mu we di obi na kofa no fi UK buy nti no so perform e se ye tra ho saa na the nipa no elusu na adwuma onim Chris Witty elusu na adwuma onim gofo a aye omo ya because omo ya say saa nipa na elusu na adwuma but omo envy oman na wabo omo ka no onim say Brasta elusu omo last match no obi odanere okorapsi odanere nsaso a no wuye because of Brasta match nti eye na di nema bi edi agro say as if say politicians ne nkofo bi omo didi ahemfo nkofo bi omo didi omo anim de ne do oye bone dia ye ne nya ba ko ye hu ne mobo ye nja bibi ama no but ordinary person ekoye bibi dia ye fa ne ntum kwesi asema kan ye ene papas man dia obekan me ma court mienu awo overspeed ho awa court de ma ko bebre overspeed ho but person no ema me take it no okay tell me say that time na me kwadwuma so na wo obi a wo ye adwuma hospital na wo speed say na wonam na ka ko wonam na unya accident na wu omo da ho no wa na be hwe omo na so me ye ya ma me take it wan ka so wan sympathizer hu so me ye adwuma hospital nti no me nja ne no nko o ma me take it because only me say between the ashram nkwa and I'm rano say baby o no away 45 speed limit into no want to me enko more than 45 once was ano and I walk because why you late into no but nipa na ono no otumi mrane hye ne sem no ye judge no and I'm quiet that time your mom 300 take it $300 I'm equal but America no Ukokota minimum other state but the state of Maryland no the state of Maryland Marco court biblo apart from that no me call court ebia but the state of Maryland no judge no ehun say no though kwa ye adwuma why late and can say slow down omo chase kanu omo chase no any onu judge no ne ne sympathy onya maami ewo speed na me kono ane odo ane adwuma me ye no ane yinti no okay tell me so mo kotua court fee that was $25 from $300 to $25 and o maami won but ye kodru baby o so the jan man ko we dey there you komuni we dey there on ne kan kasa ba ko we dey there ye mrano ye dey ye fa nya adwuma de bia ye camera no my nya take it be because the state of Maryland no when you take it back them you lucky because prosini no ma court and the state of Maryland no so prosini echo no ono ma court na asem na ye no foolish case you to share that bribe be any ho but mra ye adwuma and the politicians where ye pese ye suma omo politicians anankofo bi omo awo post bi epese ye no omo edili and ye hu omo so omo ye mazaya omo de nka omo asem no sa nkofo we no omo obi ani ho a ye nyina ye obretwe ha so wo America so wo London so wo Canada wo here ye nyina ye ho say sa politicians kwasa asem omo di no omo ntumi ni no obretwe ha because onko mu nyina de je yet na politicians wie sika chairman for delegate sika ehun hia na you say politicians we dey e bia na juma yeah Mede ma no esti no ana me kan say media ne to me no nye obi adwe na me no me sympathize with politician bia because so wadwuma so ani dia beka bia ma wadwuma so ani dia me nye politician ko a obi biara because ana me so me ya de na so ani a nye se bia woni me nti no say okay so Prince ni ma Isaac nti no ade o ye no enye ne ye no onto me kan kire no Kacha no one can't now you're coward because person be canopre. Person be canopre. But say you who say uncle for no say mo ye dia thank God dia ye man enko yi intina man agija no uncle for we be disca say o mo disca esesika development so mo ye ni na o mo ntumi nye because o mo akọ disca no na nipa we olusu no election na me dey to me dey new bi na yaka because I dey better the me work and no mean sympathize with obi biara omunyina ya before Prince mo bi mrabi
so yeah that's it yeah Isaac ena yete ne nka no so be che na adwen obomofo wo ho obosomfo wo ho obosomfo me antinka so we free jema ba Obosomfo. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, you. Joseph Abe. Oh. Abe. Okay, Abe is ready. Oh, Sadia no. Iti said ye na ye kano. Empathy ni sympathy no. Sabakan a difference womb. The clearest thing of it matter. Okay, you. Joseph is here. Abe Bamaso.
Yeah, I think it's here.
Okay. How are you doing today?
Well, we are managing. Still, it's month end. So yesterday and today I've been busy. That's the nature of work or life.
So you are now, your body is able to fight the cold.
In fact, the cold yesterday and today has not been bad. Unfortunately, because I'm busy, I've not been able to go out the past 2 days.
So you're still wearing your mask, or you've taken some medicine for the cold?
I don't wear mask. That's what I said. It's not that cold. But I need to go out for fresh air. But because I've been busy the past 2 days, it's not been bad. Inshallah, I may go out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because I need that exercise.
The bacteria and the viruses that cause the cold, they like the cold weather. So you need something warm.
Yeah, but I think in the morning it was okay, but here normally when it gets evening, it gets a bit chilly. And normally it's even chiller indoors than outdoors.
Okay.
So,
yeah, because right now the UK is in trouble. I mean, the energy bill is higher. The people cannot cope, and it is leading to some artificial poverty. So some people are not even able to turn on their thermostat.
Bombardier, this phenomenon has been happening every winter time. Every winter time, the government supports those they feel is vulnerable, like pensioners or maybe people on benefit. They always provide extra for these people. Not only this year, but I mean, anytime there's winter time, they have schemes, they have programs they roll out, for vulnerable people. Even the energy companies, they have a policy or requirement that the energy companies should make sure that they don't shortchange vulnerable people.
But just this time, for the past, because of the Ukraine-Russia war, the UK being one of the largest contributors financially to, they are trying to rotate the cost to the taxpayer. So sometimes they also want to raise the energy bill, and there's also, as you know, inflation and stagflation, because some of the products the price are being increased, as well as the energy sector. I mean, so it's not, I mean, yes, we have the ordinary one, whether the Russia war was there or not, but for the past 3 years, because the government is spending, and the government is not Father Christmas, so he has to make way and recoup the amount of money that is given to the Ukrainians. I mean, the Ukrainian government, the Zelensky. So that's why they're saying that now things are tougher than ever. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and
but
across all the Western Europe, I mean, Germany too is experiencing the same thing. The energy bill, Spain, Portugal, all of them. Yeah, it's all tied to the contributions they are making, and that's why you say that the EU, they want to send about $60 billion, dollars or euros to, their budget. They almost want to use almost 1/3 of the European budget, the EU budget for Ukraine and Hungary.
50 billion. Hungary.
Yes, something like
Hungary.
that. So Hungary has been doesn't want to take chances, so they block that money going to Ukraine. They want it to be annually instead of going one lump like 60 billion. They want it to be annually, so they will divide it. Then they'll do what you call that control mechanism. They have to probe and audit what the Ukrainians use it. Because if you give it to 60 billion, because Ukraine is one of the, if not the most corrupt country in Europe, even before the war, they're afraid that they've not been able to put control mechanism, and the money may find themselves in private, the top, military or the top civilian officials, and they'll be buying all the big houses in France and America. So that's why.
Yeah, but Hungary is playing some sort of roulette or something, because the European Union wanted to give 50 billion support for Hungary, and that Hungary for Ukraine, and Hungary too is due 20 billion euros for their programs. And they realize that when they give when they give Ukraine this amount, they will not get the money they want. So they are playing politics with the whole thing. Anyway,
the national interest.
Of course, yeah. Viktor Orban is fighting for his national interest, but that man
because the argument is that Ukraine is not part of the EU; they are part of it, and and everybody's getting it. And you realize right now the secret leak that came out, the EU wants to punish. They want to destroy Hungary's, economy, because they keep on banning. They keep on voting against the money.
Because Ukraine has been very, Hungary has been very difficult. They've been playing the racist, the immigration card. They've been a bit discriminatory and so on.
No, what about Ukraine? They has also been, when the war started, were they not discriminated against the blacks when even boarding the train? So Ukraine is no good. So
that's a different kettle of fish. Within the Europeans, they don't. That one is secondary. It's just minute.
Yes. So if we're hungry, are you not supposed to? I know. Yes, they don't want the immigrants to come, but if you are in Hungary's position, as we are talking about,
and you think Hungary is pro-black? Hungary used to be
pro-black. I'm saying that you are saying that.
But when this Orban,
I'm saying that, and I'm giving an example about the person who is going to receive the money to. They are also, anti-immigrants. So if you are not, imagine that we are in the ECOWAS, and the ECOWAS country needs the funds, and you want to give it to a country who's not even winning the war, and the money is not even used for they are using for themselves. You as a control auditor general, will you be in charge of your scarce resources? Will you give it up? Because right now the EU itself is suffering. All the countries.
Yeah, but they are trying to support Ukraine on moral grounds, because the European Union thinks that if they allow Russia to run over Ukraine, the next in line will be maybe Finland or other border towns. And they don't want, they want to make a statement.
Russia will attack a NATO state when they know that, even NATO knows that, they just came out and says, no, Russia is not going to attack NATO, because they know that.
Does Russia care who NATO is and so? Because all these countries used to be part of the USSR.
But you are Abe.
But
Let's think broadly. Let's think broadly. If I'm having a discussion with you.
Yeah.
If NATO and Russia fight, what do you think will happen to the world? That's what they're not going to fight. They are sums of all fears.
Yeah, and Russia knows. Russia knows.
Yes.
That is why they do what they are doing.
Attack. They're not going to attack. So what the EU
They know that among all, because of the solutions to the Second World War and so on, Russia knows the weight of all the people, the border countries. How many of them have a nuclear thing apart from UK? Do you understand?
No, it's not that, because America, they've installed all their nuclear weapons in Germany and some of that. It's not like they are owning it, but America's owning it, and America is part of NATO. That's why they know that. Let's discuss the small things we are. That's just by the way. I mean, it's part of the interesting discussion. Now,
Bombardier. Before I address one, let me ask you two questions. Bombardier, if you are playing football, I'm going to use this football analogy because I think that is what most of you will understand easily. If you are going to play football, and you field a wrong player, and you field a wrong player and you lose, or let's say, or you win, should you be allowed to keep the win because you've lost, you fielded the wrong player? Because whether the wrong player comes in or not, there should be a player, let's say number 9, you field the wrong number 9. Maybe the wrong number 9 is not qualified. So many things may qualify, and you win. Should that win stay? Because you, whether the number 9 plays or not, there could be another number 9.
No, I mean, in terms of football rules, we have to look at the football rules.
Yeah.
The football rules, as long as you have your 10 players plus your goalkeeper, it doesn't matter if you even use, 4th division teams. As long as
the number 9 you fielded, or one of your players you fielded is disqualified. It's not qualified to play at all.
Yeah, if disqualified, they'll cancel the results.
Exactly. That is one example.
That's what I'm talking about. Yes, that's what I'm studying to the rules, the FIFA rules. You can't. You remember that.
That's fine. That's fine. You give me the answer. The person is disqualified, so the result is not important.
No. Even if you score, even 100-0,
the result is not important. Okay, Bombardier. The second question to you is this: if you have to pay your suppliers, you have to pay your suppliers, and you pay the wrong supplier, and you pay the wrong supplier, would you say, whether I pay the wrong supplier or not, I still have to pay somebody, so the money I paid is okay?
No. You have to once you pay the wrong supplier, you have caused a financial loss to yourself. So you still need to pay the wrong supplier.
Exactly. Bombardier, I referred this to what happened yesterday about this so-called Reverend Amit Shaddai thing.
Amit Shaddai.
When people try to defend the look, when you behave sycophantically, it sounds like I don't want to use words now. Do you understand? Whether you pay the wrong supplier or not, you have to pay, but you've paid the wrong supplier. So you've caused a loss. This simple logic, people don't understand. Then they come and defend. I mean, when you listen to it, the person sounds, I don't want to use the name Bombardier.
Emphatic in explaining that this is not something that you can defend. It's an indefensible, thing that you can defend. Even whether you like the person or not, you can't defend this. So I'll continue.
The fact that you pay the wrong supplier, whether it's wrong or not, you have to pay. So you've caused loss to yourself.
Yeah, financial loss is not what we think of financial. It goes beyond that, because so
those people who are trying to challenge you, let them know, because today I want to.
Because the person was saying that whether the person used the money or not, we still have to. And I said that we will pay the person who's on contract, so that the state knows that they are paying the right person. But this is impersonation. He's not supposed to be there in the first place. We paid him about 3 million cedis within 2 years, and he's still there in the 3rd year. We are still paying as of now. This
Yeah, so that argument that whether you felt that around number 9 or not,
no, it doesn't work that way.
He said, no.
It is a felony. You have to, if Ghana was a serious country, the Attorney General should have been prosecuted right now. The police should arrest him because it's impersonation.
Anyway.
He's not supposed to be there.
Anyway,
And
so
we
let
pay
me
him.
start with our
continue.
empathy. Yeah, let me start with our empathy thing. Let me clarify something here. Baba Smiley, I understand where the angle you are coming from, but let's look at it this way. All political players in our part of the world, they see politics as a business. They see politics as an investment. You understand? They are not doing the politics because of soft skills they will get. You understand? They are not doing that. So me, I will empathize with them in the sense that these people are making investments. A typical example is Sam George. Sam George said he sold his house, he do this. He was making an investment. And we all know the consequences of an investment. You can win or you can lose. Okay. When they win, they don't expect us to empathize with them or empathize for them. Only when they lose that, So the way I see, Bombardier, you see the difference between our politicians in our part of the world and in the civilized democracies, in advanced democracies is this. In the advanced democracies, they also see involving in politics as some sort of subtle investments because it will provide them with soft skills. It will provide them with negotiation skills. It will give them a lot of experience. It will give them exposure. It will give them a lot of networks. I mean, it provides them with soft skills, which they use as a means of making money. They don't want to abuse their position. Of course, few do. But the majority of cases, they are interested in how to negotiate things, how to, reach certain positions that they can use their influence to make money when they leave. That is why somebody like Tony Blair is a billionaire now after politics. Most of them after politics, they give speeches, they give talks, and that fetches them more money. Understand? That fetches them more money. Yesterday, I was reading a book. The title of the book is, the Irish economy which collapsed. The title of the book was called A Ship Full of a Ship of Fools. That's the title, A Ship of Fools. And the author is trying to explain and Bombardier some of the things I came across during the Irish boom. I mean, they were wasting money. Wasting money. People were making these other things and so on. And the economy collapsed. By then, the Irish minister, and a lot of economists, a lot of countries wanted to come and learn the Irish model. So every speech, even though he finished his term, all his speeches and so on, you have the Irish model in it. But as a result of the collapse of the Irish model, he realized that the Irish model as a topic should be out of his speeches or conversations because it's not selling anymore. Do you understand? So these people, they go into politics to acquire these skills, negotiation skills, network, communication skills, how to deal with people in some sort of hierarchy, because that is where they give the money, they get the money. So to them, immediate gratification is not their concern. But if you just oppose that to our part of the world, Immediate gratification in terms of stealing, killing people to make money, stealing poor people's money, abusing their position to make money is all what they are in for. Bombardier, can any of you tell us here how many of our previous politicians, as a result of being ex-president, ex-vice president, has just resigned into helping other countries or selling the skills they acquired? That is what Mama should have been doing. But because he did, that was not his intention. He wants to come back to come and steal us again. We expected him to be using his experience, to be using his influence, to be using his knowledge as former president to be advising other African leaders. And that could have fetched him more money. But that is not what he's doing, though. He just wants to come back, come and steal again the way he stole us. So that is the difference. So me,
Abe,
yeah.
let me ask you, in what way
Yeah.
do you think the politician win in his or investments in the politics?
Oh, Bombardier, when you can win in your politics if you do what I'm saying, or what this part of politicians in the UK and America and so on they do. Mama, for instance, assuming that is his intention, he could always be giving talks, he could always be giving lectures about how African countries should be managing their economy well, some of the mistakes he made when he was a leader. And Bombardier here, these former leaders, look, some of them, if they tell you how much they earn per event, you will not believe it. Look, somebody like Tony Blair, he's a billionaire now after becoming president, his prime minister. Mama could have done likewise.
No, Tony Blair, is he getting his positive investment by through lying that Iraq has the bio something? Is it win through the lies that he told?
Well, it's part of the job. Do you understand? In situations where he go and they'll ask him, maybe he can admit that we didn't do our due diligence well and so on. But despite that, he's still making money. And we expect our former presidents, former leaders to be doing the same thing, to share their experience, to share where they went wrong, to share how those after them can do better. By a single book, apart from that secondary school or elementary school book Mama wrote, that is all. I won't be surprised if this Akufo-Addo, he wouldn't even write. This role is
so talking about Mama, right now they said he could have, give a talk or maybe have a talk show or go around the tour, write a book. Do you think by also coming back is also part of winning, so that maybe he wants to correct the wrongs through that healing of becoming a new president, so that he can better the wrongs that maybe he might have done? Don't you think so? Or he shouldn't come, but he should do it outside the arena of becoming a president? No. He shouldn't.
Bombardier, presidency is not like remedial exams. So. Do you understand? Presidency is not remedial exams. You write November. If it's not well, you go write June. No, it's not like that. You've been given the opportunity, you acquire some experience. Benefit from that experience. Share that experience. But rather, he doesn't care about that. He just want to come and steal again. Otherwise, nothing.
So in your mind, the area of, the healing treatment that you recommend for such people, that they should go outside, not become a president, that will make them do better than trying to get the position that they've once held.
Exactly.
That's what you're saying.
Exactly. Do you understand? We expect them to share their experience if it is really something worth all of us benefiting from. We expect them to be writing books and selling books and share their experience so that we could all learn from it. The Mama has been honest, Rollins has been honest, but that is not what they are interested in, like how these Oyibo people do. Do you understand?
Oh, Mia, does your healing therapy applies to him that for him maybe he can, because he's vice president, he can stand. Whilst he was also getting all the accolades that he has done this within the government. Does your healing therapy also goes for such? I mean, if a vice president can still come as a president, or he should also stay aside and also do the tour and the book writing.
Bombardier, if he is honest to himself, he should have done something of the sort rather than trying to be president. Do you understand? Because where he has reached, we expect, if he's honest, we expect to benefit from his acquired experience or knowledge and so on. Do you understand? It is not only being president alone which will give you the opportunity to serve your people. But now they are using that as a means to consolidating their wealth. When the actual wealth we need is to share their experience so that we will not be repeating those mistakes. But that is not what they...
So in your mind, that's the problem. If politicians want to make a comeback.
You understand? Bombardier, you know this place, when you become a leader, you occupy leader to a certain level. That is where you get the money. They are seconded to international positions. They are given they are given some sort of lucrative jobs, lucrative positions, and that gives them more money than trying to be president. But as we know, what benefit can you both tell us we've had from him since after he lost the elections? Can you tell us what benefit? Can you tell us what benefit you had from him?
Does it also applies to the MPs who even maybe they've completed their 4-year term?
They are useless. The MPs, they are useless. Has he written in a book? So what benefit have we got from him? He has benefited more from Ghana and Ghanaians than he has given back. The same applies to this Gbagbe. This Gbagbe here, this your speaker. What have you benefited from him? What has Ghana? Those things is what he's doing there.
Will you say that the prescriptions that the doctors? Will you say that the prescription that the doctors, that is the electorates, are giving to the MPs is working? That's why they are always winning, because maybe it's working, or you think that they're giving a wrong prescription, which is affecting their mental fortitude.
Which prescription?
I mean, the MPs, some of them have been there since '96, which means that they are still there. So they are getting the healing from a doctor, and that doctor is the electorate who are voting for them. Do you think they are giving a wrong prescription? Or
the election of
to an end.
The election of some of these MPs over a longer period, the more literate the citizens or the constituents become, the more they can reason through some of the lies these people have told us.
Is this kind of therapy? Are you saying that literacy, it corresponds to, what do you call it, discernment? Literacy is just the ability to read and write.
Yes,
it has got nothing to do with how you are using your gumption.
Not the ability to write, the ability to reason through. That's not
what literacy means. Literacy is the ability to read and write. It has got nothing to do with discernment.
No.
Read and write, but they are more discerning and wise.
No. Bombardier,
your definition well.
No, you are using the literal meaning of.
But that's the meaning of literacy. So there's nothing beside that. When you say when you say someone is illiterate, it means that he or she cannot read and write. It has got nothing to do. That's why we have illiterates who are still doing well, because look at Akredonko. He hasn't been to the class, so he cannot read and write. But she's the one who is doing all the cocoa farming. That means that she's more discerning, educated in what she's doing. But even
the word is discerning as you because when you are educated, you become enlightened. Do you understand? But most of our people, they have not attained that level of enlightenment. Do you understand? But how do you get enlightened? How do you get enlightened if you cannot read through? Unfortunately, we use only the sort of the Anglo-Saxon or English language as a means of. But you don't necessarily have to use the English language. You can be enlightened through your own language or your own, processes. You understand? So that you can reason through things. Ekweadonko is able to do that, especially in the field she's in. She's enlightened in the field she's in. You understand? But when it comes to national things or being president or something, I don't think that one is not only a matter of, being president. There are so many processes you have to go through. You understand? That you may not live up to. You understand? But our so-called leaders, Bombade, they have shortchanged.
1 minute, yes, run it up so that I can go to opposition.
So me, for the fact that they see their involvement in politics as investment, I will not empathize for somebody whose investment failed him or her. Do you understand? Because if I invest personally in my life and it fails me, nobody can empathize for me. I'm supposed to know the risks involved.
So maybe you can say that maybe one day when you come an MP, maybe you can understand what they are going through. Thank you very much, Abi, for your.
Bombade, you see, any job, I've always been saying, any job you want to undertake, you have to size yourself up and the requirements of the job. If you are confident or if you are happy enough to undertake the job, go and do it. And you bear the consequence. If it's disgrace, you bear the disgrace. If you're short for, if it's benefit,
you're talking about the assets. The assets also comes. The job also comes with assets and liabilities. So whatever happens to you, you take it in good faith. Thank you very much, Abi. All right, let me see. Opposition for opposition for. Hey, opposition for Jamie and I say, hey, we're running up. Okay, opposition for you ready? Parker, Parker. Okay, Parker, no dear, you shall say. Nama call Akwesi. Akwesi, Akwesi. Okay, Akwesi, you ready? My main share Isaac say Isaac so her. Isaac, Okay, Isaac, you ready? Enti enwanu said ye ka ni nyina no. That sono. Yeah, and
no
more
Isaac,
okay, Isaac twas through until yes, I shall say be.
I don't say sometimes no many be or what on America said the word petina cano sa empathy no and politicians say munya ma electorate because mona munim ye how mona munim ye feeling nima kwaso e baboa ye ni ade no but they rather want us say ye momu na ye best party with them so walusu waboka waye say ana so onu de ne ho ye mob nti ye hu ne mobo because but omuba hu nkofo no feeling say nima we na nkofo we hia issue na nkofo we hia ekwan na nkofo hia adwuma na nkofo hia nima bebre
the be more anya realization say they were once part of us omonimi ha ni sa enomano.
It's wickedness.
That's what you're talking about. The healing, the unity. The healing in just say is not only about being approving of what they've done, but a kwaba is uneke yesi and no coin intina be additional obia included them those MPs and the politicians, you know.
To vote them out.
Okay.
Vote them
it's also
out.
part of the healing therapy.
Yeah, that's a simple thing. Next time people try a move to a bad man no. Who say if I don't do well, the people will vote against me. But you almost say pam omo. Yeah, into no omo fi say omo na omo the politicians. Me dem maboka because na abi kasem. Why say obi kwaji loan. Na nya samjaju kwa omo nyina sa na omo ye.
Omu kwajiji loan akase yeah omu kwajiji loan intino so onwuni a na oba beti nika ebi na make I say MPP primary so mu ye nkofo a che TV ebi no mu cha free ani sika. So what do you expect from that person in case if that person wins? I don't know by amount because already now spending one and I spending so spending no one spending my community no or spending my just a few and this stupid system no I say abolish that stupid system now a delegate able to know that's one thing that a Ghana side delegate the most useless system a party for a but Yansanibia can't show almost said no that system no because if you implement some system, now the system no is not helping the community and the country now, you change your lifestyle because some of them a delegate, why is a delegate back? Everybody to me are different. Now, mamuni na asofa, and we still entertaining such things. So, Yamamoto delegate. Me, I am a your politics and the side delegates and I am a time cry because these people know they don't think because most of them know they are not educated and two even now mechanics for my wrong because I'm more aqua school with Jimmy more but nyase no trimu because Nima Omo Jejeno nyase nimu how do you expect a parliamentarian? So I'm afraid, on my way. But when the person comes, sir, then you want a good result from the person. How does it work? It doesn't work that way because Nipano Banweso or Teneca. But Nina, you delegates, Say, yeah, sister, you should buy not delegates, Yeah, you are more if you are. Yankoso. Oh, Yankoso. Because say I try say you my delegate a dear so dear on my Ghana and Yankoso. Now delegate soon a dear because obi so after only a delegate now no nya slot now obi parliamentarian. That's a system. And I pass why I am a crack only a year pet the Canadian in a because obi was Santa region, water region. Only pet oh himself when ya parliamentarian because the people who vote for him or her. Say I'm delegate, you're going be NCC side delegate in Kwasia for no. I'm not meant to sabi because delegate for no. Obi oje bribe no. Why say me can't say I'm meant to sabi? Obi oje bribe because I'm not oje bribe. I'm not oje bribe, but say institutions say Ghana no. They say BNI any other year Juma, any CID a year. And kasa politicians in America come in now with jail because you are bribing the electorate.
Delegates now, and sad delegates no healing process being between the mom that area no now or a delegates no when you talk about some areas where when you winning a year a parliamentary party nominee and no until say the eka healing on to almost some healing recommendation whatever you say is part of healing until then I will recommend them mom say how are they what should we do the intra parties elections how should we do it
okay healing now me healing now me say Bible muno say okay political healing there
healing is not a substance say ebia wo pampa nipa no healing can also say yes the bema no me do it's healing no whatever you recommend is also healing whether you agree with them or not whatever you say
okay since I now academic I said na me healing say you be good system no
okay it's a part of therapy
yeah yeah and I make can say every matter was but to me the delegate is not working for us. That system, no, it's not working for us, and it's not helping the country. So the only thing is, MPP for, almost about 2 MPP for no, ɔmo nkɔto aba yɛnyɛ ne gyana ayi mo obi ankɔto aba na mfa mo obi na yɛn to me nka nkyerɛ sɛ because ɛha no America ha me hu sɛ ɔmo yɛ yi a ɔmo tete sika ɔmo kɔ debate ɔmo yɛ debate wo a wopɛ sɛ wo ne unya kɔ yɛ yi no ɔmo yɛ debate na debate no nkɔfo abetie ɔmo yi no ɔmo atie w'asɛm na Ghana wɔn na akɔ debate parliamentarian pɛ na akɔ debate ama yɛ bisa no questions say na adwuma we a me ba mbɛyɛ we na me ba mbɛyɛ we na me ba mbɛyɛ then we allow these fools to take money and then vote for the higher bidder ɔno deɛ because ɔno na ne sika so nti no ɔno no ɛna yɛ vote ama no no abɛdi ɔba na ɔyɛ say that system na yɛ ka no say
suggestion about a great healing therapy because said the okano ahanom from a year first select man ekosi mayor near nyina no omuye debate a very great prescription ye we are wow say we are affiliated to Republican and moto aba wow we are affiliated to Democrats no and moto aba into said the okano ebia o mama ye registered as a obi krampo onye yinso to me san state man kwan etukwa etimi ekoto Republican for aba ne bi into I believe say o suggestion of man so say bantama asensu ni the no ka ho no muye debate we are wow sir you know we are related to MPP bia and so be ankoto without any dedication. It's also part of an optional healing therapy no fantastic yeah that's it good one Deba den up so akosi yes why you ready obosonfo paka okay and the sadia mama mfa
Bomba
akosi aba okay you
yes bomba yana yeah internet
why
I just don't want to wakasa
was it na be frɛ wo say na shares into woman to
me have to take have to take a break
kasa
so yeah bomba on say one thing me ye nyini yesu yan say so obi the question ba teacher you know intimate as say ebia anya de wo ebia o pese o kamani to na the akrano ability of him or her no explanation no fit as yes far because I say empathy and sympathy no the mutual meaning I to aso mu come but when these politicians never share honum no it man get difficult for me to be like empathy then no I don't mean because me me I be empathy I can make me a woman to man no these people that we talking about I no what is phobia no empathy and it's something that and yes we all know what is going on the ground you know it is I mean cause the topic is good even to me Eddie I bet some because me have a be man way me quite empathy with politicians. I feel I make what that gonna stand one now me not just a name and then ko baby sanko for ye tia de bia ye ba we spend our time na ye kan ye Ghana adwen no they don't fa enye hu no dia ye such as here enye easy a problem right down that's the reason why me say animal we because me so be catch am say obi MP ya to abama no within 4 years ne ma nyina do ma be go Canada na busuafo be abeto fie e de amane yire ne matim enti sesa nipa no be de na me manya empathy bi de amane say ano wono kwa nya empathy bi sa topic o yesen ka ye attribute to these politicians say so we MP na we serve Ghana na we beto dan ma ha e de omu ko school enya hospitals papa kwa se me wo sa empathy na me mahu sa obi wa akura bi ase so hu na ebia me hu say ebia kesenka eni kwasenka osua de oduase a hwe bo mare me postiato we ni sisi we have somebody or minister or MP say tete no mu tena duase ko school ena na mo mabaye say no tiri say hwe and such a person no say me nya empathy fam abra ode ne ma be go brochire o ni ma go brochire mu ntin duase I will find that article no. Oh, nipa ne kasa. Yes, be away be full soldier bi kwa no. Ono no say. Tete no ne tena duase. Mframa boye. Mframa bu tena duase na usua dia. That doesn't mean that we are bu anase kwasia. Enti no. Amanfo kasa na MPP ba ya na sa ba we ba yo ntimi nyivia yo hunsusun kasa na omukra no ko school duase. Eman from a papa born woman is here, the internet one sweating ya bedroom, baby, same. But to become more than a barber to Canada. Canada no hono. Me who sa crabby biasi, possible Indian somewhere so winning Yansano. Maybe me who say crabby biasia was near dear say. So would not any baby research to be a new trust with biasi near dear. Emma who had you mudao. Ebi a woka you can say conducive environment, I be in Ria or Hokama. I want to say, be a Miami University, a woman have 45 minutes away from me. I want to make my degree. What I say, to say, Honomono, Urawa, to say, why calm. So, who can be beside that's fine. But for somebody, one somebody, such a person, me, now, video and crowded bread, as one with bread, good, or maybe
healing talent penny a day. Emma sign Kofono.
Me healing talent, they say, we are minister, we are MP. Ube ya yemfa snap in sound sem because yan sound sem wo bana se wanye wadwuma na ya je wodidi se wa yo yemo bian kun free wiase eno ano no ana boma de wo say I didn't tell me buya fu ni say I didn't tell mu provoke me ni say the same people when they were coming to power no that's not how ensema no mkeka kire ye Ghana for. One can't try say, I saw Dias now, you, and then baby, we risk to the sense, say, one as someone who can, Sika Guna Kansuno, Upa Tomano, Upa Mentomano, or okay. This baby, I could do no. Just anything I say, no move free say, yeah, Tiania Casa, yeah, need you maybe a counting, and if you have people that are moving support it, because yes, that's Sana Samnaka could do. Empathy, no, moving free this politician for so. Nanka ye kase nika ye brubi mu nua no mu nko because asem na down no home maybe obi atene dia see differently because as a sitting MP no and I say sitting minister be catch me say enkwa na esua de onua no ye kasa too much na mo person no tete no mo tena dia see sua de no ma be ye MP a so wonim nyansa you can use that as a motivational way but not to provoke people. What just say when in a silver platter. So you know so be one story dokra ye no. Mintimi ko gina ebia edwom te say Canada Japan ko kan say wo ma me ton beti ana we hwan. Aka obetuma yisu sa we no as a motivation I say oh me ma me no ton beti e. But na bia baby amakoduru mama me jate say na me no ha me ya akwa no ton dokra. Me ba duru baby o mani ja dokro ton no. A part of a year, you motivate you.
Fantastic therapy.
Yes, but to use that against somebody, say Japan can say, as and so, the mamma, a betain what on Tio, and a betain what on. And a mamma for Bufu Mkoto by the Tia, Ninian, because a month was, oh, yeah, mamma, betain on my tongue, dear school. It is a word, dear, matam, dear, and a better. So, these are the issues, sir. We are minister, as so sure, no cassa say. Granted, Niasi school no. Mukramo pencil, Mutana. It's a minister in Yansa. And so, you know, who say, I don't make pencil, bear for 10 years. Nami school, Diasi. My school, I call a brochure, a babaya minister. So, like I say, there's something that we are doing now. It's not right. But or not Eddie justify because the party net so SSL or Casa. No Musatana Bamubium. No say yes, can no say the attempt say yeah try again. No, we don't have a say. These are issues. As time goes on this year, no. Yeah, make no MS and away. Bia. I don't know. So for come kotomo, baby. Na say bia MPP. Be na say bia mo chira o magnam ko chira o free sen ka topic no minya na menye. Obia baby uko school edru mass na yesua. Untimi make na on kan say biology class uko chira yi wo. For Kwame, so tell what into America. So to me that clear understanding. And yes, sir, it make a man snitch. Because when you go somewhere now, go to a platform be ye ka ebia MPP come as na me can be. Now ebia baby now your topic had better to me tramadria. Now ya snitch. So to me say uko school edu mathematics ye pon ne ye the science no aba no a sua science na wokọ adon the day no when you bet 3 topics 4 topics ade show ntoma no ko fie eti mi de menua kakra make nyina ne say sa empathy and sympathy ya you can say the politicians no, so if they are willing to lend, yeah, that's fine, but you nobody fa nya hwe enti no media de make nyina ne say senka obia so obia ministers no ogene bosum digidi de okonkramu do e kristoni say omuso awie no ade bibia so omu say wi a yemfa yeso ya mamre traditional ide no apo so obia nsam fansa omu say me bedi no kura de am oman no say me bana sika bi me bokro no na anya yi a ensa me di gu fam yi emfa me nko na ye huntoye bomba de me ko
submission and healing therapy from Akwesi Yesu. Entino.
Koma dia bitumi kasa kakra.
Wompa choye.
So unim of akwame ho. Bomba de me second I unya time a me ma be address this issue with once and for all. Me imagine say it's very sensitive. So ho. Assembly sa rape ni you know. Mami hu how of akwame the reason why of akwame sit here. It be a man is like my baby. Make sure you say Ubia Uko Baba.
I platforms on
Beka. So when you make no. But of akwame in the making.
You
no. The way that's not how you react.
That's of a crime now. What my say he will be listening not to engage himself and maintaining the cry and M1. Also on the bit he is the on Kasa or FD Sunti, but obeti.
Nobody ya bomidi o, ya bomidi ya kasem.
Obonso for Bamaso. Until me respecting the wishes of Kwame, also Betty on Kasa. I were a country for reading on to son one Kasa and Bobeton Yimti. Yanko any was for Bamaso. I'm a tongue kappa. Me throw bear twice and then say,
Kafra.
Where you say a human a phone dorsum, so that's here.
Sir, okay. Me chair it for any of you for. In the animal in I chill be.
You Nana would say the Edaho.
I never empathy.
Papa. Papa, ever say, and the topic can they just say,
empathize with politicians.
In what ways does the politician win in his investment? Is that the problem? Do they need healing in that area? And then they issue the tool of empathy. Say, yeah, some can say empathy need the simple definition say, who show concern about somebody because you have been there before, so you have a better understanding of what is going on. As to sympathy, just say who should just I mean, question what years and obi years or konobu ha. You know, mammy bin or bin ne mammy will me empathize with that person because maybe I will say unso mammy, so you know how sad identity say the old mammy we are a normal film to be a mammy and sympathy need but we have emphasis on the empathy sympathy that just kafra but but you are not able to express it's not from your own experience unlike sympathy empathy from your own experience into me and you better understanding now what to me I deal with the person I all got through and in what ways that the politician win in this investment because they told me until we may use Sadiano is that the problem and do they need healing in that area?
Hello, what's your name?
You don't kapa.
And Tina, I should say, a crime ban soon be me at politicians now say, any.
Therapy, say be you say be and no then I'll recommend as a doctor. Bit me. And yes, be also some so
we young citizen, no citizen, and I say, any citizen or a politician, empathy, biara, we don't need to empathize. and we don't own we don't own them that empathy, and we should not even try to empathize or try to even understand their feelings, because
Say politician or yeah, dear, yeah, you and Nina no meme no. That's your therapy or healing therapy, no. Emo.
there was an
Obviously,
empathy,
you
no.
politician kwana I didn't know you can't the word politician. What is the word politician? What comes to your mind?
What comes to mind, and it says somebody with an astute mind, sound sense of judgment, a competent person are or capable of defining policies that would govern the people are able to me are drive, because on the minor we are all not even somehow directly affected by political policies. Until the year you have the constitution and say yeah fast constitutional politician.
Obviously, hold on. The NTM Ibusao, what you understand by politician, because it seems that the moment you take the word politician as a work to the negative x-axis, you know. Anything I wanted to know, say, because politician here said they can or decision making to omuna because said they now can say we shouldn't empathize. Next, what will be a koshe sa you want to say send the politician or yeah dear tneo onya the antrina we shouldn't do the empathize. Until none of us there's a differentiation between.
What was the politician? No, say be a funny say Nado. If you can say, should we empathize with Nado? Nado outside politics deserves empathy as any ordinary person. Because empathy in the Maminkan is basically no BBR deserves empathy. And that's what makes us human. Now, say you're a politician, you want to serve, you want to bring something unique to the people, you want to help solve, and I say bring solutions now. I don't know why elevating yourself on a certain level be a honor. I say more from you don't need to join them in crying. You need to act in wiping out their tears. So you are placed in a certain position here. You have some authoritative and as administrative way powers here. We need solutions from you. On the is the customer service. And I will be a friend said the customer is always right. And yes, sir. The customer is a human being, just as you, the server, being a human being. But in that customer service, in atmosphere, the customer deserves that empathy. You, the server, you the officer, and I say the specialist, the customer support specialist, who empathize with the customer, because who serve it is no customer no problem. So no problem. All the customer needs from you, the server, let me use a specialist, like a customer support specialist. And yes, sir. And I say agent, customer service. Yeah. At that point that a customer or your client has a problem, all he needs is a solution. And yes, sir. If I say MTN or network, or and you see MTN customer support with the excuse and you say me campaign am MTN and I say but offer AC down with customer support a lodge will complain. Now we'll seek support or say here more solution to your problem. And at that point, or no provided with the support needs to empathize or suddenly or understanding what you're going through. What does it take? Say you are on a phone call and you get reconnecting. How does it feel? And yes, sir. And also no, it mean understanding say complain now, friend, we be how or how people now offer what you seek. You are paying for your credit, who pay for data, but oh yeah caller unya stable connection into what friend are who complaining into at that point the customer no a sufre no or no he doesn't need to empathize to like understand what it takes to be a customer service provider and as a customer service specialist and I say what should I do then Onono doesn't need to understand. All he needs is a solution to Onono problem. And at that point, or in that session, or no customer service specialist, and I also empathize with you. So no politician now what to about man, would you taxpayer money, 80 and a car, or also no wait me be some qua boa how no. Or no, so empathize, but it's not up to you, the citizen, to understand the feelings of those politicians, whether they're on the highest level or at the lowest level. We don't owe them that empathy. And if you can say empathizing with them now, then it means we cannot even criticize what they say because empathy.
We don't need, poor politicians, the bad politicians don't need empathy, but wanna empathize with the constituency. I was once with you, meaning the ecoso any penny baby omejanai health facility in so but me dem yes I didn't know mako myself bejum de meboa even though some lawmaker no metuma boama any DC yetima boama development na any amenity naba sesa na demarcation it here differences in the meboa with therapy no
Sir.
Good one.
Sir,
That's it.
because onono etiwase onono ni go through onim say mo akwanye edwadifo kodidwa omo kwanye nti me politician no ono za ono V8 no kura nya sa
And
yakwanye ono kwa V8
Ontishe ero darame
nti nti onono nti wase onono wo ka osa na say State City Express na amumu kura na echia na ekose na abaha na mu nyina mu kente a ye de chichika na china no ndi ase enti it's up to ono answer no betimi a solve mu problem making sure say mo kwan ye no na also no or understanding your feelings what you're going through ono na also empathize well who know at that point no wuti bon shake ni na e shake you na say who person wo de ohun eto te as mi MPD and answer mi minister de ono V8 mu not enti no ya me suma fa nesa say bo sheka mi timo kra no sa na ti ono so sa na ofum. But if you are doing that, you are empathizing in that aspect now, you are getting it wrong. Oh no the V8 no a boom crown enti we the citizens no the media empathy politician no citizen and as any taxpayer should empathize. Fine. If on your public on your politician
Bamporo will you also empathize with the doctors here from electrical almost so they be no or more prescription the comma so they be the poor politicians for no they are always in power now, especially if I say MPs be what now since the fourth republic 93 and what of 93 I be summary they be no prescription would you say don't the mama they be a mom when you say be a doctor and the pharmacist one is no pharmacy for the delegates no woman that said they don't know woman be motivated almost the doctor and prescribe be a here normal year woman that is good container mom to would you say empathize on for making the wrong choices and that's almost so or more healing therapy a bit me young moduma
delegates no moto aban
me say delegates in pharmacists and electric don't want to abano and a doctor and someone that to me can say oh yeah the MP beko e say MP no it means so yehu a delegates in any omo to abano mobo say almost so ekozu the poor part of the politician
say Bombardier, me know we are part of the doctors, you know. Yeah,
let me say electric, doctors. Yeah, prognosis, diagnosis.
I said in the selection process though. Nti a laid out model a design ato hɔ a garbage in garbage out. But see pese ye nya bibi ebema ye wini the empathy of the politicians now and as a patients now yes about prescriptions now. Then it goes beyond just empathy because empathy no crano say ye kase ye be boldi and as ye be boldi model be attract empathy from we the citizens to the politician now. And it has
The
to
person
start from
can say,
the
yeah, doctors know. The person who say yes, we hear more. Yes, also go through some healing.
Nyambwa cry and I make as a selection process no cry no say and ye na ebetimi prescribe won say and I make no to prescribe no give a medication be another medicine ebe deal with the symptoms and I said the root cause of the symptom no. It means that you really know what it takes. And yes, we fire now watch to be as a corner cocoa with Debbie. It's a serious business. Try to make us a selection process no. You're redefining your democracy and the way modular you're running because it's not fit for purpose.
Opposite who say doctors go obi to me corner chair be a over the counter no the obi to my call be a their pharmacy kwa kojibi by obi boy a prescriptive drug e be na was some cancer some of the control substance room so was now call doctor mame yi kakra Mr. mame yi na me e be even say cocaine na say heroin and I say be a blue magic and I say be a fentanyl na doctor so bibi nti no de ade no say me ye proper diagnosis na sana cause e continue me farm house
ansana me about
but now or the amano na obedi nyadwa enti na me say enti that because e bia ka say yes so unji say yes doctor no yes ade say e basa na once we breaking the medical professional
aye say ne qualification training no cry and start doctor tells you say one share that proper training
and your pharmacist no pack a pharmacist doctor pack or your pharmacist or your doctor of pharmacy once be there to the be omo dey do ni shema to the be two or some do gum no be also the back up and the baby invest talent no be 500 milligram now or be 1,000 and when they delegate now also no pharmacist one so over healing time versus also you modi and I second chance
one say e dodo na e kom any ohia na ma na basa
na e kom no ohia no etimi affecting nipa discernment and nyansa e dey
yeah say na e kufie kowu no e na edi amanfo nya no say na e wo kan hwe Ghana Ghana drugstore na pharmacy ubora ho a wo sibiti pa me no ni obebi di chemist say sign na ukura sika sign na ukura in this ukura 1,000 Ghana cedis obe make sure say wa church ndo na fra ma wa na wa je o ma won sesam bia na ukọ
say ebia ndo so ye wo generic ye wo de ebia buyer for ye ebia India for so ma price na above for me no be so hu
I said, Anka was so tear me yard, no, me same thing. And now I feel draw what say a 5 CD or say 10 CD draw now, dear mammy. But don't do an call movies as a sender ukra. The Kaipa means to
or prescription now say, oh, ABI. Send out but what the 100,000 cities na the mammy and that's
also about say we scout the better drone. Or maybe say one far will see candles from into mouth. Oh, men through doing mouth. Oh, ya titi bibria recent we are mkoye. Oh, if you crowd, this kind of crowd so on my prescription.
We are learning. I can't radio. Unfortunately, me need access to the Django no media control uniform. Be it radio.
Electric, I'll call baby to say as central mokoye. If you move, I say ya gene sika so you have a prescription. A genius is your money prescription.
That's a go for say you recommendation where therapy say Giscano, Nensumen to Abano, Ebia Pharmacists on the oyare ni sika no so ebi ama money man the cocaine na bia he or she doesn't need it.
Na ye bisao so uwo yade genuine sickness bi e hawa why dedicated and committed so person who treat sa yade na aden na wo fa kwan pa so enje ayarehwe bana obura bebia keke we need to say be addressed away enya ade a mekọ ho a menya mayare sa na menya eduro ama me yade nti wo hu say we ye person ye get easy service and as a cheap access to solutions.
Okay. Doctor, pharmacist, any sickle as a patient, here some various form of therapy, healing therapy.
Yeah, but on say utimi could do some persona. I was say wo no that empathy ya kaino. I was say you no in the politicians. But I didn't me person ye be koso to us with questions. What causes the politician to lack empathy for the citizen? Because
very good question.
And you understand what we are going through, so you are part of us, and you better understand. But how come say we need someone out of us to help us get through these difficulties now? Yeah, Judy, we do to me amount, okay, will be to me. But when you get the power now, then you don't it's like the empathy, you totally lose it. It's into a then what a then say the breno and our obstacles be an firewall be preventing the empathy. And I said, yeah, can clear out the
very good question, Pa. I think we will build up because said the king or no more and edidi or no num cocoa or butre.
Oh, is a calipo? Nanado already calipo
na umunya to dame wo ni fie wo nyina nso oba say wa clear umunya
na say body ampisi
nti edidi nti na je say say bia na pack to say na umunya naturally they are unfaithful people umuya quack doctors they were only pretending to love the to love the
and say every na you know we position aban bi wo so na about tournament, World Cup tournament, now is taxpayers' money. When fast so I handle Sika in terms of the players, Now, if he said no, you are spending too much. Am I at a committee?
3 billion.
Say when you the brain, say also to one amona yemfa perpere yombra, Also refi. And then suddenly etimi Emma omuluzu empathy no. Now recent AFCON ya yeko isika yeko brugu so and also ye asamfoforo. And what I don't know. Me can but yeah, papa they only send the basic fire no na because empathy in the end as a citizen no, you don't owe the politicians any empathy because they already understand us. They are out of us. They came from us. And they understand if there's anyone to have a better understanding of another one's feelings now, is a politician who rather understands our feeling. So we are expected to win some empathy from them, we the taxpayers' money, through the way they help us. Initiatives, policies are or more policies be ever buoyant and bring some comfort or relief to the people. Because they already understand. They came out of us. They didn't come from the sky. They are part of us. So if there's someone to understand our feelings or to understand another one's feelings now, it's the politicians that we have given the resources, the powers to work in our interest, to bring us the relief now we are expecting that. So they have to give us that. But there is no way, or a papa or a politician, and their responsibility said they will deliver. But their failure to deliver clearly indicates they are lacking empathy for the people.
Lacking based on their behavior. And they say naturally they were unfaithful, pretending to be sheep, but they are rebellious wolves. Yeah, that's a P.
That's it.
Professor.
But yeah.
That's what they are my.
Now Isaac, Oba Ubisa no or no Shebo. Ubisa say game or see Nigeria ni Angola. Minim US, minim say you demonim 9 hours. Echna Angola ni Nigeria eba bebo. Masha say omobo US.
Rematch. They or entitled to watch a rematch. And yes, and
Angola ni Nigeria. Echna omobo. He's not already a nyanyambo. Nigeria ni Angola airborne na.
Okay.
And the rematch replay banner. Say, well, Oma Boama Nengo, Oma scholar and the Memfa betting to Suma.
Okay, Oma say why wrong diagnosis, wrong identification. Okay, Avian and for me.
And Jazzy said, why not your Chinabol or Mababona, Unim scholar and a famamina Memfa betting into so.
Nigeria and Guinea. So, okay, yeah, that's the overzone that take. Mame, Paka, Obeso Casa, Obet Macas and Ansana Mako, Alexo, any of a body. It's a topic where nobody to me at tweeting so come and only the Paka dear Wanyaka say the leaders were once part of the sheep. The shepherd was once part of the sheep. And to say almost free sheep, stage number yeah, shepherd yeah, and no one says a sheep in Indian, Omana Koyi. I didn't say wrong sheep, no wrong sheep in Ankasenye. And to say sheep now onion wababe shepherd there necessary no deco and onyanya sa transformation no yeko inime Alex wo
Mbari
yo bama so
ajo nkese
yo ya da say ya to am say mesi say we eja wo kan o phone what bia wo you bluetooth mo akama
kwa na mada sisi anamba so
okay and then you care about is it you can say yeah empathy ho asem and they kofa say politicians are they supposed to enjoy from their investment normal media kwhye politics mono in what ways does the politician win in his investments? Kwabens na omutme enya faso wo investment omude akwhye sa adwumadi mu na no sa investment ma ye no problem ma ye na say problem do they need healing in that area omu hia ayaresa e wo sa area no na ye ka empathy a kyesa say obi a wo no ebia bibia to sad na to musu ato me say me
unya temamo
let me nyati ba because my course empembeso ni bida my course will be oko Italy oko Libya kwanso to a record no abro so oko fotis mo so abro ni bios means we say going to be ba minim de womti you have a better understanding pain na ne bakono ekumu na enti dia no beka fa me now and then so you reflect Thursday obetima ka do be
Somebody attend the yeah politician that I don't say one side I ain't even empathy be a mom because yeah politician that not a politician
that's the Mahama kachire Nanado say onye
yeah somebody hello somebody also hello somebody
body bene wa wo
me gina so wona mente onka
ai kasa cause na communication because me say wo dey ko say clinical okay twaso say Billy way in a cat. Billy was all. Benewa. Not what to make her. Hello?
Yeah, Bombardier, we can hear.
You can hear so okay, thanks. I mean boy do offer
Me wa say bro wa de ko.
and I'm say yeah hey we call no about it. Okay, so Bama so
Me guess o ma mansa. Afi na me wura fie. Na me mfa iwo. Me pese me kasa bi de but me wura
you
wana.
okay there we ya no amount so na my banti no. Say bene when what there Abi, continue.
Yeah, Bombardier, I think I wanted to come and say something a bit. You see, this our politicians are supposed to be servants. You understand? They are supposed to serve us. And I think if they have really performed that role as servants, because they are supposed to serve us, if they've done that, we could, and they perform it well, we could even have empathy for them. That, oh, these people, those days, pastors or priests and so on, people felt that these priests were so subservient, they were serving people. So let's have pity on them, let's empathize them. So people were giving them harvest, they were giving them food, and so on, because the people felt they were serving them well. So we also have to contribute to their upkeep. You understand? But these politicians have rather become overlords. They've become like the champions. To them, we are supposed to serve them. And some of them don't even shy. They feel like we owe them. We should even be lucky that they are serving us. So these sort of characters, they are only interested in themselves instead of the other way around. You understand? So it is no. It's difficult to empathize with these people, sympathize with them. No, because they are not performing their roles. And most of them even don't understand that not only the MPs, so people in political positions, they are supposed to be servants. The correct description is what I think I've alluded to it some time ago about the principal-agent relationship. You understand? The principal agent, we are the principals. We, the citizens, are the principals. And they are our agents acting on our behalf. But we have a situation where they themselves feel they are the principals. You understand? They've turned the whole thing around. So some of us don't see the need to even sympathize with them.
How come they are always there?
Papa Smiley, Bombardier, they are there and they are doing what they are doing because the people who are supposed to check on them to ensure that they are doing the right thing, like our institutions, they themselves are not doing the right thing. For instance, the EC acting on our behalf, we the principals, we the citizens' behalf as an agent too, is not performing his or her role. You understand? The EC is seeing the politicians more as principals than as agents. So because our institutions are not working, applying this accountability principle, The underlying principle for accountability is the principal-agent relationship. I've explained it before, but let me illustrate this. Bombardier, you see, for every company on this earth, the shareholders are supposed to be the owners of the company. Then they appoint directors, including CEOs and so on. Okay. These directors and CEOs want to serve themselves. They want to ride the biggest cars. They want to charter flights in carrying out their responsibility. And when the shareholders, the owners, don't act, these directors, CEOs will serve themselves. They will give themselves fat salaries at the expense of the company owners. So this is why they are controlled, why they are not allowed to do that. By way of the company law, by way of rules and regulations and so on. And it is carried out and implemented properly. Where is this man? I used to like him a lot. I've said it here several times. Jeff Skilling, Ken Lee. Where are all of them? They are in jail now. Similar to this reverend, Amishadao, stupid thing. Somebody calling himself reverend, stealing without conscience. Otabil, they are all there. You understand? Because the laws are not working to deal with them. So that is where we stand. This is where we stand. Servants have turned into principals because the laws, which are supposed to let them, remind them every time that, hey, you are servants. You are only acting on behalf of the people. The law, which is supposed to make them realize this every day, they are not doing it. Of course, you have this small boy, Attorney General, coming to talk rubbish. He is supposed to enforce the law, but he's not. He's afraid of the people who appointed him there. So he talks anyhow.
We always talk Attorney General. He is also the Minister for Justice. When was the last time you think we should decouple or maintain it?
Well, you heard Tiwa speak.
Our sister Mami Tiwa,
I'm not aware. I'm not properly conversant with the docket. So I need to go and she was citing some stupid example. Somebody was
the Grandma's Cecilia case. She said
exactly
she's not aware.
She's not conversant with the docket. She has to be familiar. So she's telling us the consequence.
There are goalkeepers everywhere in the field of anti-corruption. Because if they were really serious as Yoko, you'll be following the case. You are not supposed to be invited. You are supposed to be following so that you'll be ready that at least you can even have an opinion.
Yeah, so
it means that if he moves from the Yoko to NIB, that's National Investigations Bureau, they also said that we are not aware. So then what kind of
that is why we have a program on Saturdays, and I was telling them one of the problems we have is collaboration and coordination. Our agencies, Yoko, what this woman was saying, Yoko doesn't know what OSP does, or what the Attorney General and his people does, or what SHRAG does. Do you understand? So there's no collaboration, there's no coordination. Everybody is just occupying the position to show power. Look at this Tiwa. Under normal circumstance, is she the one to occupy the role? Someone who has shown competence everywhere in all the positions she's occupied, lying blatantly. She's the one. So all the skirmishes she's making is telling us how the case will travel or how it will end. So these institutions are what is not making, us as principals realize our goals. Because we want these people, agents acting on our behalf, to let those who are supposed to do the right thing know that, my friend, you are sleeping on the job. You are not doing the thing, you know. But Donald Trump, who is he, the system is what is holding him to account. But no, that's not what we have in our part of the world. Tiwa Akufo-Addo was the one who Akufo-Addo tell, hey, let this case pass. And who is she? Because she herself feels that occupying that position is by God's grace, is this, is that. You understand? They start quoting all of this. If you give a post to somebody and the person will see that, hey, don't understand? Don't rubbish. It means he or she has come to the achieve what was beyond his or her imagination. Do you understand? That former Chief Supreme Court Chief Justice or whatever. Have you heard anything? This man was collecting bribes anyhow. You see how it ended? You see how it ended? He's gone on his pension, his retirement, he's enjoying fat, you know. This is what is happening. How can we empathize with these people? How? Oh, mother, you let somebody else come.
What healing therapies will you recommend for everyone, from the electorate to the politicians to the implementers and the thinkers, executive, judiciary, legislature, and the electorate? What kind of therapies will you recommend? Because since we've learned that the part, when something happens to the part, it affects the whole. So we can't only deal with 2 out of 3. We need 3 out of 3. So what kind of healing therapies do you recommend so that we can, at least we can start working on it?
Bombardier, you see, we need to recalibrate our system. We need to revolutionize our system or our thinking, because the country as it is now, there's no merit system. People are not appointed to roles based on merit, because the people at the helm don't believe in meritocracy. They feel nepotism, you know, there's nothing wrong with nepotism. So we are not even attracting the best in class. That is why some of us feel we need to reshuffle leadership. We need to recycle leadership, or people who are who come into power or positions of trust. We keep reshuffling them till we get the best. If you look at the current people parading as leaders, their mindset is not what we need. You understand? Mama's mindset will not lead to that revolution. Baumier's mindset will not lead to that revolution, that change we need. So these 2 people and the people at the helm at the moment, we need to recycle them. You understand? We need to keep changing till we get the right mixture. But at the moment, Bombardier, that therapy you are talking is like using plaster to plaster a wound. Do you understand? Deep inside, it will not heal. The plaster has just acted as a camouflage. Do you understand? So that is, we need to recycle till we get the best. And the people who are the helm doesn't want that sort of shake-up. You can see that in the way he handled the former Auditor General. He was bringing about what Ayikoyama described as bringer of unwanted light. You understand? You claim you are bringing something good, but we don't want it. That is what the current crop at the helm think. Because they themselves, they don't know how to go about the whole thing. Bombardier, change or improvement doesn't come by physical structures. Just this afternoon, I was discussing. Bombardier, what do we, or what does it benefit anybody? Mainly citizens. If you build very nice hospital and people go there and still go and die, what benefit do we get when you pride yourself that you've brought ambulances when people cannot use the ambulance or the ambulance is not working? I mean, what is the benefit? Just to show off? Understand? So people are only interested in the physical structures. This afternoon, I had a meeting with one of my colleagues. You know, he was somebody I respected a lot. And he used the word governance in one context. And I said, yes, this man knows what he's talking about. Oyibo Englishman. Because it was, we were discussing about some of these local authorities and so on going bankrupt and so on. And he raised this issue relating to one of the issues we were discussing. We're discussing about financial instruments. And, you know, he made reference of governance relating to that. Do you understand? And, yeah, Bombardier, I don't know. Some of us, when we come across some of these things, we get worried. Do you understand? I mean, we don't know what we are doing. We don't know what we are doing. Anyway, I'll come back later if I'm given the chance. But, well, those who can worship them can, but some of us, no way.
All right. Abi, Ena, Mati, Ninkano. Alexis with Makasa.
Yeah, Bombardier. Oh, I'm set here now because I know.
Is it Mr. Mama? Is it Mr. Mama coming?
Twasumaye.
Where are you, Lord Namahama?
Twasumaye.
Yeah, Bombardier. The now be sad and I made him say, no, as a citizens, you know, yeah, Freddy saying that, yeah, politicians that, until the year of Bukumu Bibri, yeah, nim, and until Mahama Kachira Kufu Adomo say, or Munim, the course war politician. In any case, Ubi unfair politician, Bia or Babia, that's Omra Medianim, or Mona ya or Moba, or more near ma, a walk on bit ma solve their my, until Moba. Yes, but almost a converse of a said SSS over. But Nipa be a Ubias Biano, here, sa empathy, no, Nipa be here. Say, Uto Sumna say, yes, say fire service for me, you. Omobana so mu you na, in fact, one more, any more, so more the materials and I say, equipment here, a bebwa manka, what in my you know. And yeah, enough. Na who said they are suffer or more coba or crowd wounds who do or is you dear. But Sabra, why do they find it? That's why you man who say, go for more bread here because a name is and communia no mudi me easy no or munya. And I'm up for Casse. Why not? I'm on one sa equipment, no, right? I'm for me, me, in the quine so. Didn't you say? That I work pharmacy as a now. Yes, will be a when you can be a pharmaceutical company, but on no your pharmacist. Inti unim jumana ni so, but she can wenya and will be. And medical doctor, a wafa pharmacist, a gum. Inti pharmacist or perform. So you qualify, so many qualify, or no one casana de unim. Inti dunya managing director or ye corrupt. Na oda jumana noa ono no enam se oye personal interest ntino obema nipa binumu a se binko mu mfata so mo ye adwuma mpo wo pharmacist no betima employment omo ho ti ebasa no a citizens no anase friends no customers on beto ade ho no omunya quality service that but still that's the pharmacy I wo village ho nti dance boa ɛsɛ sɛ hɔ no obeto aduro because aduro bi ani hɔ baabi ani hɔ a wobɛnya bi atɔ enti wo no a ɛnam sɛ wo so wonyɛ pharmacist da na wo yare na wo pa aduro kɔ hɔ a da bi wɔ hɔ a wotɔ bi a uti no ayɛ wo ya ne timi gyae ada sɛ yɛ ma overdose o ba ɛnam sɛ uti ne gyae nti no wode wonim sɛ but the cost they be affect you in the future no they won't send them nti wo ho obehu se krom ho no nipa wu ntem because of that pharmacy but wo kra ni wo ha wo hu se chicken pox anase yade bi ta abobo a ba manfo so me ho ano ba omo anro no bi na ama wa yare but o yare so age so omo aho na obekwa akoto aduru onza eti be take so many ye fan saying changes just enkwara no bi ko school ache na wo mo ani bi na omu hunu za da bi pharmacist na wo ha no enuro no omo twere mamo no bi wo ha enye mo because you overdose ma o yare no so the banasa and the nearest future no na amanfo nti the man need no you no bi no man hunu say nti e ba sa no a e din say wo no sympathize ama another obenya empathy ama that friends a pharmacy shop no and even say hospital krana obi abie kokoku ya ni bi wabie hospital but ono a onye doctor onye adwuma ohoda sa na Ghana no ye politics no ewo ensa bi mu a ansa no akoye ti say opani bi e wabie ni hospital at ono angasa no onye friends medicine da ntundi esikane wanya no wasi hospital enti at the end of the day no nim set time on no ko hospital now be ko na oba wa nko wo mpaso but managing directors are for mo no be mana luku ahunu say even over from poa because they don't have enough equipment na Ghana the ensese ye kurapo ye nuru the level of care no a patient no ehwehwe no because ye Ghana nti ba sa no a amana bofa both citizens no any adwuma wura no nyina shareholders no stakeholders no nyina team ayese ye no still aye under develop under bibi say ye no yenya quality service wo man no ma enye enye hwe ti ama edruba bi a binum kura no tibi nya empathy ma politicians no araba se na midi ka nipa bi ahia empathy nipa bia lemom so bano in conclusion general terms no there no politician in Ghana here that empathy no from yenye ho because say menya empathy ama obi a de menya ne say akwa ne ho ye me mobo say oni nimdie wo politics ma wa soro akodi animu obi wo ha utimu say have no idea of what he is doing. It is any panel empathy menya man ne say na ho ekura na advice ne say omra no omra meji politics animu ohu nka odi wo adwuma ye different ono baby I do see ye no e ho na yes nka akono but enam say sika bi otua no politics mu na political party bi muntino ene ye kukuru di wakosi animu say ubeti maye me wa no sika tua na ye ho ade but leadership skills no ni ho enti e ho na bia ye nya tema ma no say empathy no ma no say de empanifo no kukuru no di ne ko share ho chenchina twan ono na wa bomode wa contribute more they say want to me say the me hunu da bi ona of social person o kan brofo a ya na ye me mobo ono an ha na ho de ya na ho ye me mobo say aden o ha no ho sa because the position no a ogina no adentina all force no ho sa na hwan kura de kukuru no kosi what say the obi di kramanya si apata so
Billy White a whole political party chairman.
Say na ebe man ho ya me mobo kakra ho ne ya me mobo kakra na mpanimfo ne kukuru ni si ho because of contributing more what mini NDC atwiso what me inside so nko mbe jane man aye ni sa nyuma na underground work and all this care support no ye nko vo bi wo ho a Zuckerberg mo ne ayi e fa ni say Elon Musk mo no omu ayi adwuma nya sika nkasa omu kra de ho a companies omu run ne institution do omu da no nya institution keso but omo nkaze nunti no omo be di president yo because omo bi wo ho a nemu pa no nim se won need that a friend is a call no ho enti o try say any the obey ni so obey improve wo ba bi o find itself e ho no ye na adwuma said that be a man focus or starting or garage and no dear Juma the way enti how say all shifted from there to politics. Your politicians, you know. It's a then obey politics and some of obey politicians, no more politics, political science for almost radios, no more commentators. In the ama, I as a Ghana football. The way we ball no ball. Na wa wura mu pen wo humu ni ma tsa sa mo ja mo no na omo tete radio so na omo ma commentary enna ya kofa nkwa abrane a na furu ayema wonanim ena ono mum na yeso wo affiliate to team binti so ni pa na so no bedi your friends say football ani it is any boy call AFCON na okoye mistake no ko spend 1.5 million no bet na se na amanfu di na tem na mi twam ho na mete na ka se minya empathy mano uze ya na ye me ase how omo o deserve sa treatment no uza enti at the end of the day no yes citizen no na ebebre the obeko ball bo or the sika na ebeko the obeko akodi nkwase asembia said na obi ka se o kwakura so ho no da pajarum na eko na America no omo ayama a friend is saying the owner of the hospital Nadia Tumse being a medical doctor na say unya pajaru no what media from Krase kwano but omumma a friend is saying nu enti ase say say Krase kwano ye kama na mumu de a friend say citron kra na mso a obeko so Krase kwano ye kama you don't need a pajaru ondi se sa pajaro no odi na mu koba sa no a patro no nyina ya na yesan to no na yesan konya empathy man se akwedi ofo so koba da bi oba yakura se ha oba ho otiminum yensu no bi mi wa ga kwa na ya mo no ayi blacksmith nye blacksmith ne fabric 18 wo blacksmith show ayi o ye fra ko sen kura me na o se ya mo no wotonzu wamza oye nipa ya wonu no ofrisa akura na asokwaada ono ya to abama ne zo nkope bibi mrafi no akọ company for no nya kope na ya bonasu na ya odeni no na wasa abaye sad wakọ kan disciples no nti he is no more belongs to ye no nti oba ho no numuzu akura na so wa yes oye favor said na abeka no I saw no crappers or the who are by inside in tea at least or no you good. It's empathy dear a beer topic now the buy na meaning the empathy yet where there is an the moment because a beer who should be here in Hawaii be a man support so bet my any because empathy dear or no idea you man so bit my we are looking forward to say obey the right thing at the right time and the right places.
Healing therapy idea bit me that say o my idea no. O you say obi a why MP pen wa corner nso say went man ye intima mani we be plan so ama healing therapy say me mani maybe no come back for
the whole idea of
you want me answer part because what they are part of us obuni me how ni nyina and one na o kan o say o mo na buy say me ba meboa ye be ya kwan ye be see hospital ye be see clinic na so one ya is there any way I say mama asaba back biom for remedy
brother me dey kaka be say pharmacy na wo krumbo no say you ku kura no a eno nko ande wo ho tie dance bo a this e wo koto adro ho nti ye kan politicians na say MP no say me mama ofofro bepa oba message ya ye de gitumi no the same message enti dance boy be to ama bi ye be to ama no okona na de be kan say de say hunu say as a literate as a citizen say MP nya kwan MP Winzi hospital MP nsizu MP no na say ye no ye di kan cure that mindset no say MP bi ba na wa ba ye ya kwan no no it doesn't happen like that MP be in from Ghana to America, but be anywhere MP yakwan, be anyhow. Mimi ni MP akasa, na zame ko Ghana. Na me ne number me je number me ba ha na me friend. Me ne kasa ma me bisa this question say na MP for mo na mo yakwan. O si da bi o minua. Ye nya kwan, ye na ye hwe na ho no. mindset na ye say nti omo basically no omo nim sense bi no ho omo be kakra kire ye no e ye ntroba because of say ye nim ti no omo abuse yen based on our weakness baby a omo hu say tosini no through that you know omo de ye den omo de abuse yen nti wo hu say ni pa no so ye mienu pa me Jomahama ne message bi o say baby a Ghana say ya kudro no so ba na say o ba o so be solve the problem no once and for all and simple sir but you know create through pan or cano but as a politician nkrofo mo ti na nima mo tie ni no binum pese o mo kire se o ye incompetent nti o kasa rather baby abayan say ya kusu say the overnight ekura no nka de oteso no nka o give reason ko ntimi nya na but enye overnight the mum ye penipa bi ye hu se consistently no na adwene ne say ade ne be ye nye de da bia o try so be say no that is only people are hwehwe nti the MPB wo ho na ye ka say ono ko no ba be ye kwan ne ye nso ama ye it doesn't work like that nti MP no any electorate no say the back your de eno na ofakwa me ba mu a no o ka say constitution no nye no constitution no ba bia my 2 MP for so aba no kra no for me who sem for so be a chere ndi so go me ba kro ma 2 MP so aba MP bia no ye to no so aba da your friends say you vote na ye cast no percentage any political party bia benya no that's the percentage you will have as a seat of parliament nti ye was anu ye MP no we don't care ye mfa no but we will deal directly to your friends no executives no regional minister ka ho DC ka ho even assemblyman on ye ntie kura na ase no ka ho there's that profile na dealing with them a nanka MP no de ono kura ye nhia no so because we be expect MP no to come all the way from Accra above village ho obeye den obaya maniska yes ye be mo common fund no ye de mo kura no a ese so oni DC po na de be development nti jira say MP no kura need to me war development so sa e de ne say kotna mbra hwedwum na approve government budget ene eti sanko aniama no na ese ye ne ye kill your home first na ye di kan hunu say duro na ye num ne dabia na the medicine no enti menyi ye enti ye koto a ada say ye be qualified practitioner bi mana hwa ama ye say duro no ya to no eboa na anya za ma me ya de ne da bi e kosoro da say mi jano ana say mesisa madru no enti abaton de be koso ato emum sometimes ye be depend omo conversation na omo ne benya na yasan so ahwe at least political party a wo affiliate no say na omo ya omo ne ma say ya ni je ho na ya to abo enya za aba no de nya ato da na omo so no omo kwa wo mu no niama no bi wa me so nye omo na ese so omo ye na mo omo de be vote kwa say ye hu no first na ye question omo na ye mo omo funu say ye nyime ye ba sa no a so omo ko no omo 3 bibia they will do it right say nipa hu so unim de o ye no mu na ultimate question no about that same issues no a time be all respect o kakra but so who say would you unim hu hwe ndi o de o de ye ko ba ye si no waje atomo a time bia no o look down upon you now of finding the way out try to tell you say ono no momu bre na mom nya empathy man mi wa no ono na ama system no mpo wa hijack system na ama na bedru that situation ndi bomba de sana mechi maka fa ho ne
ye benwa ase ye beda benwa ase papa of body obet makasa samre of body okay of body safena wadu fienti no ye ntwaso ye twase dia answer na ye se beko ye final round ye de kakra peso so ne asore so no sisi ene ye February 1st February 1st February 1st until February 1st next a new day, a new month. See the DBA can 30 days has September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 31 except February alone, which has 28 days, but 29 days in a leap year. Nti na wo hwɛ calendar na ye ni leap year da so wɔ regular year nti 28 days pepepe. Ɛnɛ ni da edi kan nti sɛ wo yɛ wo budget a ka hu sɛ February any 31 days. Nti 3 days free mu na wo kodi scan na one san kodi ambro 28 days no. Ebia na wo just ebia February 29 for February 30 for February 31st for na wakoye wrong calculation. Ebe ha adwen. Mo amutwa school fees of Ghana so send them no school for no so omoji omo school fees the nending.
But Bombardier, this month, this year, no say 29 days.
29 days. Okay, let's say leap
I
year.
think so, yeah. This year, no, yeah, course, yeah, 4 hours.
4 years na aso pepepe. Thank you for the correction. Let's say 2020 no. This say you do 21st of leap year beam. Nti mutia ye. Ti ene no woma ombedi birthday 29 no unique year mom cause more your February 29th no 4 years be na mudum birthday. So that's here. Nti no said the professor Benwa Maye no ampa your leap year. Nti no wa wodi birthday February 29 more unique people. Mo birthday 4 years be nti no say where the 50 crown na what me division no. Nti go for time to crown no do sana we yire ukunu kra omombre because we do birthday 4 years be nti no unless say be your bobo no many nyina egu na 4 years or dem and I was so ade obi kai sebi be din birthday a wo huna mane o be din birthday so a na yiri di birthday wo huna mane nti ye na de bia no ye givers and a man so ye receivers but inshira wo ma mu so ogie as here na make February asemi na February no special ema wona ye wo leap year no oba American so a Black History Month afi na edi so ma African Americans ye di a history we celebrate our history every day but say the bia no ye the dano specially see what esi what say ye be man for because say one can we history any obi be come any Macmillan be show history amount say ni say the course wo ana nkofo bebre ka say na bia na jata ni timi be finti na obomofo no free room ban wo say obo jata tuo enso evidence be in ho nti wo hwe wi ase a ye no me bebre wa before ya yenta enka omwasem de bia no the lives of Isaac Newton one Thomas Edison mo and keke omwasem say o my invention but they were great inventors no me before. In fact said the Martin Luther King kan o say America for years sorry answer na be free akwa adwuma mu no now we have made use of the inventions of so many great black people. And no me be one so before na ye based on that time no na racism no nti no yentimi ama omo am patent and I say omanya patent obetimenya copyright so obi pese we bia obetimenya sika every ho enti enoma pi na akoso enti ene ye beka enti say no February month no me dey na me do February bia me ye Black Invention Series nti afei so edu so nti no ye pese ma wiase nyina ehu cause ebito de bia esan say ya ma say emrofo na ye bibia nti no to de bia onfa na dwen ko ne de ho say bia bibini kra na oye isi na bibini na anye sey enso before aye no ma pi nti ene de beka no asem eye oba ye frɛ no Mary Kenna ni full name ye Mary Beatrice Davidson Kenna. Sa mami we American ho asem yi. Or ye very special mami a owo some radio ye we free mu. Na ye wo no 1912 na wo no and free mu 2006. Almost about 18 years ago. We did 93 years and say na wo ye nya media. Na saa obeye ye kan wasem ne se wo ye bema na wo nwa wo maame wo sister wo sewa wo yira da saa obeye ase papa obeye wa boa wiase wa boa mema ne emanyina ene se saa obeye make se friend no Beatrice Mary Davidson Kenai over America in a lifetime onya 5 patents. Enye easy say onipa wakra bit madwene. Na yet me approve my US copyright and patent department no. Omotimi de ama na ma say wo ena wo yes adie we. Na dia out of the 5 patents adie baako pa esombo pa munti niye obey oye no. Munti niye ye friend sanitary belt. We ye be mo be ka say ka sanitary na wo ye ai. And so sad you we amba any wuntimi nya oyire bia ma na wusi start ka wo munya ye bebre papa tie na etaka feminine products one sama ana obeme bo de nya mas wasem wo yiri ehu sesie wonso sesie enti se woni kun ma ho a opem ayi se de ye ka no kro bia na ni kun ma ho no kro no wudu se kro no ekoso it's not for nothing Yakopo cry friend onyame batampa oba time na ti asemase mata na ti asemase wo de papa na bi wo put yes papa no be ko adwuma ko ye die be nso no odi be be fie bia ba oba no na oma 1 ye 2 e man ko ntimi yesa de addition wa tum se akoma obo ye enya de bituma duma jollof na yin so oba no magically otimi ye normal ti mati asemase papa Yakopo ne nikuma nti obai invention of your friend sanitary belt sanitary belt no and no na yet the father of enemreme your friend sanitary parts na always money wine ne the keka ho nyina no sa obai ne dinka ye ne not to din sanitary belt or yes sadie way in the 1926 oban ye wono eyi so de meka no ye wono eye ye were 1912 enti Nkrumah Satan Nkrumah the 2 years Nkrumah ye 1909 enti na so would be 3 years yes enti we fan say we contemporary of Nkrumah junior sister no ye 1912 sa sanitary bed na make kan wasem no eno na ye hwe so a ye sanitary pad enemre no na the ten say we ye no 1926 so na esan say sa time no racism ade bia bibini bia na emrofo no eye ahoya any brent no or man the kwan ama na mfa babontin for 30 good years or yes at the 19 it took 1957 she faced racism when trying to market the product. Her invention was much more effective than the rags women were using at that time. Menstruation was not commonly talked about during this time and was considered taboo. In 1920s, most women tended to make their own menstrual products at home out of clothes and rags and only really used commercial products when they had to leave the house for school or work. Into a man, Saturday so wild enough, you know what compare one person to maybe not the Amonsen, Naja, many do so now with the CC home. Say, Obabe isu pad pa, this o free fee. Now, o kwa juma so na Saturday ni sebi emoje bia ye hu senatade ye asai. Ayara ho sempa my man during that time no. Enti oba no hu say o se me ye bibi fa ho. Ewiasem you see you are either an anvil or a hammer, which means that either you are providing solutions to a problem or you are solving problems. It will call blacksmith one tools me no di adwuma hammer and anvil na de kese na wo no ana no akwa say piano nto wo yi dade na ye hye ne to so a na wo bo shape no wo say anvil no na ma shape but dade no hammer no na direction no but anvil na ma shape no to obey we so to provide solution even so your background na wo yama ni nwanom ema no so enti ade wo ye na 2026 no ya money kwan ama na mfa ade na mba out cause say 30 years later a year company friend Son and Park omoti say obey ye sanitary pad ya to say that was the most efficient a bit me na nukrasa wo pocket a bit me ide a continue say ye wo politanka sebi ye din so gum no sa ade wo ye nso na e bit me aso moja no ama ema ho enye fin no ye no company no 1957 at the end of 1926 so that's almost 31 years and the company military say oh obi aye bibisa na omko ya omko hu say ade na ya ye no obibini na ye no and one say abole they are no longer interested essence say we bibini nti o wa ya ade no na American ka say odi areho ye say wa ya ade a ebeboa emma ye mema na si ye do emma ye si ye koyo mo la ye ne ombewo omema ye busua ne ade nenso ade a ebeboa omo ahusese ye de enum sese bi ye no ombeda da bi make sese da bi enye sa oba ahusese se oba ne gi a na no man so eye de ekeka bom enti oso odi areho pa yi se company express ne ade se eye very brilliant ebinsi da we ase so yetima yes adin because say the make an de ntomago ne nyina na infection wom akofa ntomago bia watade bia oba bia pa ma o se enye na watete so be wie na watbenya bia all kinds of infections sebi e wona se wonom enti ya mane kwa amana anye na se the make no akosibroni bimo omode bimo energy capitalist no omofa ne ade no and omode sanitary pad no because to think no is also a job so what was a word you internet be IP intellectual property so by and say hey it is capable and it can come to reality say your kwanya you bit me as substitute rags and then whatever no na ye nti ma omo idea say any or buy a sanitary belt there no why porch a bit my contain moja ne there any ye nsusu be ye nti on ne kan dwene ye ansa no mo ye saade no na in 1970 buy you know or buy a fantastic woman or say another invention and non walker any wheelchair no or include surface tray any soft pocket and one way you or medical for the hospitals no ube who say one tell you to walker obu say na porch one as a pocket one omutimi on tablet omutimi on books no omutimi a tray esiso no wo jo be say we na we dey hey senka enye important ka ko bi aye dada on the day adwene ba ye and ama all the companies omo ye wheelchair no ene kwa ye different accessory to wheelchair bi wa akwese phone in the basic one no we beto basic wheelchair no but a car dia wo be keka ho no accessories no eno sisi enkofo eji hu sikedi ba ma me ye nyina no esan sese bi wo ye bibiniti no wa ma e wanya bibia osane ne nwini ni nwa eba ayefen Mildred Davis ekabo mums ti concrete nyina two years are better than one and omu na inventing ade efen toilet tissue holder and say wo ko toilet so water closet no so now we na ebo wo no awodo toilet no oh fantastic it told be how na you reading newspapers no nkwa won hwe otu ana wa roll no say a roll come a efficient way or you use toilet paper and can wo hwe ana esi from no wakati bia ti wote no enye exact measurement obetima tie abro so obetima tie less untimi nya exam but ensa say roll no so no wo roll ya won say ya partition no ultimate I said the wenya letter free be a Bank of America say what the Canada say tihanom no sa pepepe obey na this idea by 19 a year in the same or ni nwa ba any ya mo patent number and the America for mo kwan into share US patent number 4,344,653 no na a year or more sa number no enti we ni oba no ade a wa ya wasanso ye masaja Wane kasi
Mia. Eja body maba.
Why agosi Yesu.
Eja body maba.
Eja body maba. Okay, mami wie dem ye na me ma o kwan my aka me 30 seconds na mama o kwan. Kan ti. Ene se de make kan ti yenso so ya ye normal. Nti ya ye normal. Nti we ye series o chance so ye de foforo so ma beto de ye nwanom so aya ama wiase. Nti na de o nti offer body to aso. Offer body kasa.
Me chair tiefo nyina. Ya adwuma ya kofa to ye ho so. Nya bro. Kufu ado communication fee na bi ma ha. Nti Lawrence osi arman to gina ho. Nti me ebetu na me tie ebe no ma e busy kakra. No say okay kan say mo ba wota kan say mpa wota kan say so say tiwa mo ne we no mo ande omo ntimi nya adwuma na say adwuma no mo kwa omo ntimi nya experience ne bibisa wonso ta kan na me ti wona ma dwen na me dwen kura na yɛnsɛm a tem bia yɛka Ghana ankasa no yɛwɔ mmla a ɛyɛ ɔman no mmara.
Say man who say what would who say engagement in any idea
Good. Yɛni mmara. Mmara no na nsɛ na metena ase na mpene ho na mu sɛ no.
na woka sɛ mmara no yɛ yi nti mmara bɛ na woka ho asɛm sɛ yi.
Nea meka kora sisi ane sɛ metena ase no mahu sɛ ga ɔman abibiman kora no yɛni mmara. Ɛyɛ akɔ wiase nyina. Papa, da bɛn.
Ɛkyerɛ mu yi. Yes, woka sɛ yɛni mmara sɛ no me wɔ mmara ɛyɛ dɛ m'anim nti mmara bɛ na wo sɛ yɛni mmara.
Yɛni mmara. Ɔmmara no da w'anim no. Yɛwɔ deɛ atwerɛ yɛni deɛ ɛde yɛ adwuma. Mmara no ne nipa no. Na abɛka sɛ institutions no nyɛ adwuma. Institution no wɛ. Institution bi ne wɔ. Institution na ne nipa na ɔte hɔ no. Politicians na yɛ ka mo asɛm na politicians na ne mmara no, politicians na ne institution, politicians na ne bibia. Eti menua unless ka sɛ obi mo kosua ɛsi ɛmo mbɛ na ɛmesere. Onse no ka Jemansa abi nanado na appoint Jemansa. On the tie no. Appointed no ye appointed no Ghana ni. America ebi a president and a appoint chief justice. We America ni. Say papa wo hu de tie no. Enti no ye no ma ni ye nyina no. Ye no ma ni ye ene ye namotu bia ne kyerɛ nse. Sei na esi ye no. Na ye sisade bia wo pese unya different results. Na wo koso every day. Wo koso every day de wo ye na. One about Ghana Obama na Clinton and o see here a strong institutions. Here strong men. Omu ba ku bi beka asase. No bu o ka abu mu ben na monte ase. Ni o kan nyina ne say institutions na on ya to din and abete special akwasipita meboa. Special akwasipita by emfaso be na baso. Nipa na what special akwasipita no. Mmara na ɛwɔ Ghana ni nyinaa ase so no one sign a special consider ne ntimi nyɛ adwuma nti wɔn sign kyerɛ sɛ special consider ne yɛ ɔno ɛhyɛ no bottom ɛna wɔyi ama wo nti woyɛ ɔsan atwe na de abɛhyɛ nti nipa na wɔte special consider ne nyinaa no de abɛsi wɔ no biribi a bɛba bi ɔsɛ adeɛ wei ma bɔɔgo ɛnyɛ adwuma special consider no wobɛyɛ da yi mɛfa nti sɛ ɛyi ɛdales or preaching Pentecost preaching kama de chere ha no say ne o ye illustrations chere no man na bete wona ebo mi se na ekosi so kama fa ne se o ti ofie no na oba ko ma na ye bia akora na o ma na o no what nam ne bi dia hye o se ana se wo de yi amom se akora no de obetuka no akọ school ana se o de kofa maame na o ka chere se manan car no na wato amano key bibia papers wo so man into a obetimatu the moment obepie wano aka ye no pe o kan si o but to kase kwasi kofa kai kofa o maame na fa kai kofa onua odi mirika na oko because na control bi ni the make kan say special prosecutor hwanyu soja hwanyu ni nyina no at the end of the day abane be point o modo makosisi na so no bia bisa ne se na se ba bia oti so ebi a omora no ye point o modi sisi ho ye omosa ana so papa de make anti ase ebi o maka sa America so abane ne point o mo what the be example na what bisa nipa ne se America yo kontu hine wo dabi ye ni jase hene dabi ye ni wache hene dabi inti ya na mede mo no omo fa so aye omo no ma emfa ho ne ni a oba appoint obi o de me kire no onim na adwene mu se ni yen hyehyɛ te se ni no ma se ni ya na motuo tie onsuru ne nua obeka kire no but ye ho no na me boy no oye te se Israel de mokosere ohene na omo bi nyame boy no so momo de no ye ohene jase wo we wo nti usa kopanti ni pawfro biem a etse aye double na usua obi enso asa untimi nipa ne nsa nyepe de nti aye brete bia the moment aye kɔ yanim no yesu omo aye kɔto omo ne omokɔ enura na me bi se madam fi bi se so before and as a Ghana for your problem is no so just football ho na me account because your tane kwasi yesu mo argument wo hapa iti anytime bia me wo ho na me dwendwen football na me ne na dwendwen football no si ono so ne ntiase de kura no ntiase te bia me ta ne ne the same argument de me kwasi yesu na me si ade wasi susu ampa o ene ye si astroturfs ye see stadiums ye we ye be academics ye we ye say football analysis ye de nkrofo ko abrochire mo kosua coaching manfo abo degree mo coaching mo bi kura PhD o coaching enne no ne ye bo no e kwa akiri enne no ye see yesua no astroturfs so no ye bo ye ne aprofo ne ye pe no ye de ne kwa akiri emre na na bi amekurum bi ye de ye nan na ye park obi fi sase onya dɔso a ne yɛ de bɔɔl ato so yɛkɔ ne yɛkɔtutu ebi anua dunsere kɛseɛ ne yɛtutu yɛde yɛn nan si fam yɛkyekyere bɔɔl na ɛbɔ saa tam no na yɛbɔ bɔɔl a ɛtumi gye African Cup wobɛka sɛ yɛba gyimbrɛ fine saa tam no ɛyɛ ba gyimbrɛ no yɛ players nankasa ba aprokyire ha a aborɔfo na ɛgye World Cup no nyinaa no na hwɛ performance na ɔmo perform Nigeria mo amokachi Kano we mu krofo a omo nyina na omo na sisi from nombo but ene ye wo ye ma even though Ghana hokra record ye wo na ne atobuta enso no enkonkosi e di nti na meka sa sene nyame yesu ode boye no e fa ba bi no ye develop in ifa no so ni abefa Kofi Broni die no nko at the end of the day yenso ya ho ade ne nso no because una aba ba je free no na ka se Kwasi e wo ba na me wo ba na ode me de na akoma Kwasi se won trainer na o tre omumi no mo akwaje ade aye abodin a hwan pa na Kwasi ni be kon ebi na Kwasi ye won krofo bu ho a one on fa ho saa nkrofo no ye nkokofo no part of western hano such nkrofo no omo de omo fa but ye ho no ni obaka se o media me say fine e betime nya bi de e bia nipa 100 e betime nya nipa bia be 1.5 e omo betime asa because you say ajanka awusia de didompe osesen entina yesu ewe mu mekire me ba no more to the moment yes yedi abrofo na chi yedi omochi na ensaye na eyemo ntimi kam de besi babia na lese ka efa nipa mienu na anase ye kan se pharmacies no ho no pharmacies no ho de no babia wanwie ni se wo bisa no question bi se itini sa na esi sa ma omo ba na yes sa ma omo ba ni says fine pharmacist no ba ko na wo ho ebi a otie o ya na o ma opala yes no sa pharmacy we di onya de eni ekoyi no on de mekire no eni ekonya another pharmacist a ono so claim say o me de ma ko school me koye ho pharmacist me kura me wa America na me ye ho adwuma pa ye frame ambassador for Christ no so wo ye no pharmacy ye nyina ye gini tum afi pharmacist no ba ye na say obi tin ye ne ya no de press atare de ti so enti sa nkofo mi no we nyina no na me metena ase na me hwe se
first pharmacist no aye for no can say doctors for them say omo prescription omo de man no omo the right yeah o de go tenem no ntino and omo man no ntino since sa bad pharmacist na ye ne free no o se wo saba yensan fa ne pharmacy certificate na ye je finish em no yensan fa man no na evidence is so o share no na say 2 dosage 1 dosage obey ni ye a milligram or a milligram, uncle a millikilogram. And
What do
you study healing therapy, no, yet me my sack and say, I can say, second chance therapy.
I know na me gusu American. Na me gusu American. One month manuansi. You make sure
That's the name says a first one, no, you good.
I didn't know say what unyami no who say yes say what should I want to tell you unya awasa and I'm you so want me compare who they say na we no I didn't know you must say enye but you say o yere nya no anti say onko ada say chi be you then yes eti me dia na me ya ma who ni say fine ye nkrofo mi enu na o ma ni mi enu no wo do ma class 1 and no mathematics, one on board mass, 3 + 3. No way, 1 man 5 questions. No, 1 man or moon 5 questions. No, the ordinary dear by or call competition or call mass quiz na could drew the be a fanas. No, or no call no, onya a beer autosum, no. Nipa out of beer, nipa bear 5 or 2. Men fan is a simple. And the second one about and I said no, but couldn't you want ya cry? Send the second way we see Bubo mass each of them say equals to logarithm multiplication where they obey good. What didn't they call mass questions? Same questions no more man no. Nipa out of beer 5 no or cotos 5. Eti uni money be more or on back. The next year will be quite one case will be some question no immediately na back. Oh eti the year Bruno sana
you 2 bad pharmacies in Tino. Says you yes, I'm a bad pharmacist now. What banana? You're my wrong, you know. Yes, I'm Fanimra. Now, what you say? Oh my, the same, you know, wrong dosage.
And at the moment, you know, only different pharmacists. It's Bakuna, Uti or your mouth palano. Only the Uti or your be or the prestata nano. And with the hen be fun.
Say, the pharmacist in a Yabakunga and yet Dr. Parker Crown and no pharmacist. You're NS chemist. I didn't hear that for Ronozo.
But a bini ho moment ye bini ho.
I didn't
so Baba Tracrana say Juma. Oh, Ghana one or young fire politics in Ghana one or was a tea out here or Baba Bay. And I wear willing so
pharmacists in the doors.
Yeah, cannot cry actually one. Yeah, cannot cry one. A 2 political parties. Yeah.
I'm say we are Miss Roma, Kasaka.
Unless say, it's a matter was here, unless say, ye didn't Kulani Biako, me and Hussein Kulano, a crowd good. The second Canada Japan now obey. Canada Japan is very nice. Now I already so bad a crana so herself. Baby also say no. Maybe I call me pharmacist and buy me a good intino. A grassy pa body and chim for body better chocolate. I mean, make a control pass na ejuma. The moment Sandy Pano, Papa no, or so media metal bruce, no media politics mean from home, mean ready semeko. Nan Kayano Macano to say, Yaka crady, because when you do see you crank be a befarisa, but Yaka crady will be and a mamma too. Me so and as a mention, may ye my shimmer when he say, Nia, and cat on my Ghana, you bet me your mocha class, beer. Go forward, you will motion, none common running so motion. Omonya well and some papa. So on the channel. At the end of the day, I'm not say
Dr. Sinina M. You know, Omekosa, you know, line.
Mamma, ideas about who so better. Fanny say, over some for your driver. Me a driver. Oh, Enna, ye me no. A beer over some fufa cano, or cook maseno. A cano who say, a and what tiaswa it no, I didn't hit you. So on the meeting, when to me more people no sign. But now, Miss Who, Miss Me a driver, met over some far licenses, Miss Magic licenses. And now, Miss Me the car no just said, man, to crown ready for a advert one up, maybe I jam good, will be cross up there, say, me sign, I'm the Sam. Me fa na me dey Sam oboson fo at least or the conquer crack be a people no ntimi for ka o conquer crack no dey kudu na a lesson so ese wonim kaka onkoje lances a o kura lances onkoje bi kura mpo so wo mle ye ni patri One of them o konso police nso gina kwan.
One my example but just in the case two drivers are washing in an or makoshi kofogu. They can or free a crack in Coco, or Koshi Kofogu and
No, one here wo.
See, since the Okoshi Kofogu, Yajin driver and vehicle license if yes, some man in Arabia, somebody there. Would you say you are a driving school?
As someone I can say. Obosofudi and one here who drew people on some cocoa people instead of sort of the first and not the ascertained and what packet. It's immediately made two first and she is crossing crown made run about me will inside do some outside will be ban up pine. Nim driving a ido crown so Miss Mecca. But some food you ultimus maybe a people no all born who's a first a sort of and all the ascena Sani Pano Yabani no a church and any suka sample for me in win one is or the carman unless soon you can't come
or no crown called driving school. The call driving school, Ocean, Kofogun, the uncle driving school, Obia, incompetent.
Oh, when you now call driving school, the American Antiac, when you now call driving school. When a dear would do people no so, and I ran what travel free, Marcel Drew, Coco. With me, uncle. Or do take one instead of a overhead and no, you didn't know, baby, or whom baby on fanfa, or no, by you could take a mantra. And maybe I be so a driver, but on only license, a man at me. I can't car or gun and I say, police engine or no so on your license, won't you can't cry. It is a mean win options in our honor, a star 2.
It is only a Obiano medical bemomo. And it's aye, if you said, what could she or no license, what could she the peguno? It's equally as the same as they also on Unka Kauson Cano. And this will be your own license or no call canny between no crown on you.
The mechanic about who do for Ponosono. That's what into what they share Ted when Timon for no package is see her. It's simple as I so first first and what you so next time.
Enemy can almost saying and Obia qualified so bad driving because what do people say with me? People
would they see what I say?
And they say, a better scan was there would be what do you mean?
Bombardier, Obisu Yaria, I say I didn't go hospital until anything. Obisu Yaria, I said I didn't go hospital that time.
Who's to me more?
It's simple, say, and one say, actually, say, fashion first, no, so okay.
One,
and actually, no, actually. Wow, talk in watching walk of
the also on to me, Canosono. Yes, you can send your cordial license in by the one.
Make can say, or more moon person, your mom cordial license. It is a be more a quadron common name, such that way money, you mom cordial license, license in any day. Got politics, no, license a woman in this MPP. So,
license a woman in MPP. License easy a license or the war. MPP and his own be any license.
Easy ma, Kofia Palu license when you're passing.
Necessary license.
Oh, no, dear, your mamma, prospectus, so Uncle Shim. Easy, dear, near prospectus. Who bet the license panel?
A credit call license, one quantity the nipple decay with me filling the pumps in ya. One mamma so much or Marco school, no much man feeling any year disqualified. Forms
overfill forms. But performance and on a chair say, oh, last
woman named Jumano. Woman named Jumano. Do you know about now? No, what question of Nusla and one anchor for Nemra.
Some I cancel lances and my mitchell lances and say, office would Ghana or more MPs, parliamentary candidate to the whole Ghana, who could the whole Ghana talk. And people should the same thing. It is why I already say, opposite old Chicana. And so to me, called the whole Ghana, I told the whole Ghana. It's in your office. In your microphone, but you know how we see. And who can't cannot tell Chakra. Now you can pay Wakra and Kumas. That is only kind of bound person by the land. Would the lances say, when your son could fool, Sandy Panny said, no, oh, at the lands of so ye a chuma. So only the idea say.
Nanya license here, Yakwajia, from MPC, or 2 and 5, and then one I import Abbey Carcass or Munina, rubbish.
Rubbish the way
In that
rubbish.
context.
Medical
And in the next, what's the need for them to even get the driving licenses?
rubbish.
At the end of the
Even
day, only bad drivers.
to Papa, mama mo na kan masi bo say. Odani o kruma wa bodam kra no. O ne ne te ho a na se awodamfo be 10 e wo kru no mu a wo te wo unsuru se wo nko ate ho. Wa bodam mo ye
half excellence is the same as mediocrity. Half excellence is the same as mediocrity.
Eti almost o mo ka say half bread is almost the
half day
bread is better than none.
Half a loaf is better than none. I half a loaf not half no. I know the ain't too cheap maybe yeah. You can say half excellence no better than full mediocrity. That's the other way. Half excellence is better than full mediocrity. So that's it. But half mediocrity no and a full mediocrity no is not equivalent to half excellence. It's I'm playing the devil's advocate. You the material so they say some are better than others, even if they are in their worst form.
My prediction I made by no what say a man for the deal.
Why?
Oh, madam for be na me te wona na me can football no be sa me no. Sound no dey akotwadi. Enti say na over
Africa's name
no. Say na me ka kire o. Me see Africa
ebe yi Senegal.
Nigeria be qualify. Nkrofo na me ntimi predict pa na Guinea for me no. So hu dey kosi.
Enti say o china nya free a yiko Saturday ko de behwe. This is a cup 14. Yeah, pe.
And na osofo oblemu your friend is saying Azik say also hwe ball no. No crow. So mu be ball ni say ya na no say Egypt for the and Senegal for the omu yi old matches bi o mabo. Nti bi no na no hwe. Omu yi old matches so mabo.
So at the NBA cano at the born Africa, home saying for rice there. Then so no Ghana crowd and cry we because to say it's a satellite, you know, say I want services who said you it's a and so yeah boy UEFA champion UEFA Champions League now she baby you and so it mention bibia come and so yeah Africa there no say prescription or say to me prognosis and diagnosis go share in promo bokra na stadium intimi nyama because almost I said the online is a ticket in the you just said it's MP anyway say you be call your final you be point on nti obi aba will final words 5 80 Wafa Kwame said they also person because but said you catch no yende free on yan kan yes dia we enye me is out of my pay grade according for board and yes and say you must do what they have asked you to do. And we are not so yama kwa kasa. And then na kasa okra and say the person kasa or station in the mobiti. And I don't know because with assembly of it must go according to the yakano.
Okay. Say a board meeting. A board meeting. Almost decision on the bye.
Okay, and the you have the right to stay or not to stay. Enti the maka say ahano ye de enye cha show radio enti whatever entails radio no it comes yakabia so no saa na wujina enti se me ma okasa saa na say amba na akwa say pre-empty strike enti no ye di ehuni according for radio radio of excellence enye a full mediocrity and a half excellence in the full operation na beda ma obi I don't say.
So you, Papa Kwame, you owe apology. You don't. You want a whole constitution to be changed for you.
But he doesn't want to do what he himself.
You don't want to do it, but you want a whole constitution to change because you said
it. These are some of the things that we were talking about. You know, yeah. 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Why you? But I don't know what is holding. Say the okay be on one. This
is what you did, and me and Mr. Chumbu nails you, and now you are doing it again.
Me pacho. And they say,
apologize and
I be person or me be a dialogue.
They want to mean a platform that hate it. So why we Kasari or Kasari.
just say sorry.
I just don't know why I would do. Wow, what done for pie if you're crying no
sorry, Papa. Make sorry, Mano. Or no, also be Kumino, me man is sorry.
It's not, this has nothing to do with Kabla. Don't say anything.
Makayo say platform or you know. You so basically did the Kwabnatem outside the platform or any Mama a member, but who you sue medium no. I recording down for officially, you have to do it so that if anything happens, we can be it has been recorded 10 years ago, 17 to be a bought playback now, almost say about recorded BBI because a UK law no. Who is a radio station or demo and here or say it goes according to you because who is on frequency. And yes, we are not apologies because of Kabna, but what you medium no. So then they can say chairman say retracted.
Of Kwame, live by Edward Dibono's example. Live by Dibono's example.
Napoleon Bonaparte.
Of Kwame don't act about the way he preaches. He preaches, but he don't act.
Practice what you preach. Practice what you preach. Yeah.
You have put some amaga. You have put some amaga on your face. You see the way that amaga is using.
Into of Kwame, think about it again.
Of Kwame, my rainy program no come. And the echo we no nam say kamedika create so for
the body can come
do the right thing. Do the right thing.
Apologize. There's no way. There's no way.
Okay. So when you're the end, we can also help you either into no any no anoti. Yeah, pong into I could see point for my final was not this is it.
So you see, I drink no. Of Kwame is not trying to understand. Say, no, you're but there's a lot of people who listen. A radio station, OBT. It may be on behalf of a Kontufuane, would you listeners know? Would you just say, I'm sorry, Keke, no? And these are the things are M1 my own gospel. But Kwame is preaching saying change your constitution. Me why come on, sorry. I'm sorry, Keke. Every abusable where the man say, of Kwame, it's hard for him because he's looking up to Kwabna. So not our 24 listeners and even the people on the platform. So if you do this kind of we ask ourselves so many questions. So it's hard for you for us to believe whatever that you are preaching. So because last banter bees check there's no need as a man.
It didn't change, reduce our height or weight.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes and then we say whatever we want to say, and then we come back and there be okay, whatever happened, and then we move on. So, I didn't say, for Kwame, I said, Utimi, Sana, or your queen. What I do
not anymore. Oh, but to me, I share but who say, oh, Friday.
This is the second radio station.
For Kwame, the ego is overtaking, overshadowing your Dibono wisdom. Your ego.
People alone
destroy the Dibono
books and all that. But
and so on a make you hand time a cinema p a quine on. Adia yes, forgive. I apologize, please, thank you. Add them, I mean, you didn't add them and the pastor say thank you, please. Help me. I apologize.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Hey. Okay. Yes, say dear Grono was on the Onoakasa the better say on the obedience on Casa. And Timmy,
there's of a radio station, now block you. So we have to be very careful because they say Kabasa is as ultimate sister. Oh, I beg a class for more friend from one or be unpicking him.
Baba Kwame, have you read? Baba Kwame, have you read Edward de Bono's book, The Happiness Purpose? Have you read that? The Happiness Purpose.
Okay, my man, I want minted so I don't know.
President, Dr. B.
Yes.
Many Dr. Dibono are nyadwene because Ochre say onye
Papa Kwame apologize before, but they don't let him talk. He has to apologize before.
Let me just say, me just want to be kind to Masalo Keno. One Kasa, go yeah.
He don't apologize.
This one plus Brandon Cropon, no, yeah, no, Cronage, or because on the Cradi, what the Ache and BBA. But you can just say radio, no retract name, find call records, and then I and your Cabra Chronicle. We are 10 seconds. Why?
Or you want to me?
Well, any or no, any Hano, I Kumasi Traditional Council. It's here, yeah, man.
Okay, I think I've read this in the Pocket Caribbean. Oh, maybe Bombardier, okay, but on behalf of, I'm sorry, I quit him.
What kind of and say, a Kofoti, Babuko for I know who crab a kind. Would you say, hey, same Kofoti, wouldn't say, and in Facebook near you go for the
Kwame, no, but Kofobi will show we swear or more into no which me a tree form so. Yet, Isaac is many this year. May say the yeah, Pong, Sissy, a dear class.
I said, Bombardier, Mini Bibia can be after of a Kwame.
And one on the
I'm not a of a Kwame. It's just funny to me.
Yeah, Ponty.
All right, I'm watching Abuja.
I had a deal you made in the business.
What can
mean be for Kwame? But me so China, Buja and Oba, 1 year sad, you know.
Oh, you better say a member will show you. Over Patty,
and the Pantu Kojina home. No, Tema, or easy.
No quad the show, no quad the pa.
Over farm over so yeah. Answer made me view last second. I mean, Miss Malo, you.
Me Baba spending 2 hours. Said the Bay, your mind will be. The project a dozen. Until 2 hours, no, I'm going to save it for another pep.
Oh, I know. I see no so one can ask them name. Hey. Oh, feel grassy. A grassy semi order. Patcho to be patcho. Hey, I see it too.
Hey, Aria Bombardier, I know. Hey, Bombardier call. Not because of you or quite dead. My job of family.
If what Mutina officially the Mediano ABC about 3:45 p.m. Eastern America. Isaac, Mr. Mammy, program. Program, interference. But you better a Yanumina asked to say Musso to me by all around the world. A year Beijing for our Friday that Vienna 9:45 into the Lenin answer you into the moon answer with me as many times.
Hey, Bombardier, you mentioned Vienna. You know, Akufo-Addo was in Vienna yesterday.
Well, as part of his Davos tour.
I don't know. One of my friends, said me.
He went to Switzerland. I don't know whether he's back in the
he was in Vienna.
Maybe from
if I knew, I would have crossed him there and sought him well there.
No need for that. Okay, so Moma Yampong na my main pay interference, but my main point maybe some person kasa moye what was they are meeting on the backside with me at was Edin Como. Maybe it will be answer Namako. See by official person on the records ended na after the off the record man kasa with my mad. And for there was some to me by EBT and they can empathy once na you say a politicians no investment or modern eco politics no so it is worth it and access a no teaching team then a bit me aye abwa area because they be a car and we I'll say to me so no drew na yetmenya quality politicians are or more enemy ye how ne the high no say omu free mu ekogina de bia a bit maboa no mutimi wo influencer omutimi ehu ye mobo say ampa omso no mka ho omuka ye ho na omutima ye normal a bit maboa the needs of the people no omutima ye without lording it over us no nti ene na ye de adwumedi nyina nti yakopon enhyira mu nyina nyame bo ochina ye beba ye enye boja ye enye bamasum no mebe boja ye that is fire for fire adwumedi no nti boja ye ochina ye real fire no full session ye beba be ye adwumedi no nti obia emba by samre de me ye adwuma nti me frɛ me yi mu nti muti se nkofo kasa off the record ewo enome bi ho yo says minim some person so and over to you Mohammed Mayam dialogue some person brand and to say chairman or no answers Montenoma or Jamu say ebia or no kwana bitimi a local bia of Samri no minim say akwesi some person mukasa abe mukasa de over to you yeah mama bye
man you are say two man you need wolves or must say two
underdogs share idea news view
Bombardier, has already signed again, so allow him. Let's see what he wants to say. If he doesn't apologize,
that one there is off the record now. That one there I can't open him on. It has to be on the records, official when we are doing our programs. Right now, there is not part of. And I can also because it's Okasa. I mean, I don't know what we're going to say. And just watching. Just also apology. No, Tama official. Yeah.
Go and sleep. Go and sleep. You need long rest. Go and sleep. Go and sleep, Kwame. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, Kwesi.
Yeah, Abby.
But your number on the thing is not working.
Oh yeah, it's working, but right now as I speak, I'm on break right now. I'm working. My busy is kind of tight when I return from Ghana. So yeah, that's the reason why. But on weekends, I'm a bit free. I'm less busy on weekends, especially Saturdays. Around 4 p.m. United States time. That time cry is limit. I have a limited schedule right now, but maybe from April going, yeah.
But why don't you send it to me, set it up on WhatsApp? Because to be frank,